though she had heard much of it from Ben and he was imaginative and essentially mischievous. Perhaps he had exaggerated its tendency, drawn too lurid a picture of its horrible power. Catherine turned a page or two and glanced at the clear, even writing. It fascinated her eyes. At 8 the footman opened the door, announcing dinner. Catherine started as if from a dream. Her face was white and her eyes were ablaze with excitement. She put the manuscript back in the drawer, went into the dining room and made a pretense of dining. But soon she was back again in the study. She sat down under a lamp by the fire and went on reading the book. She knew that Mark would not be home till midnight. There was plenty of time. She turned the leaves one by one, and presently she forgot the passing of time, she forgot everything in the evil fascination of the book. She was enthralled. She was horror-stricken. But she could not cease from reading. Only when she had finished she meant to burn the book. No one else should ever come under its spell. She never heard the clock striking the hours. She never heard the sound of carriage wheels on the gravel of the drive. She never heard a step in the hall, the opening of the study door. Only when Mark stood before her with an exclamation of keen surprise did she start up. The manuscript dropped from her hands onto the hearth. The drawer in the writing table, broken open, gaped wide. "Catherine," Mark said, and he bent hastily and picked up the book. "Catherine, what is the meaning of this?" You have, he stopped, struck dumb by flooding astonishment. She stared up at him without a word and with a dazed expression in her eyes. He looked towards the drawer. "You have dared to break open my writing table." "Yes," she said, finding a voice. "I have dared." "And to read," she nodded. Mark seemed utterly confused by surprise. He looked almost sheepish, as men do in blank amazement. She got up and stood before him and laid her hands on his, which held the book. "You see that fire?" she said in a low voice. He looked at it, as if he had not noticed it before. "What's it for?" he said, also in a low voice. "Don't you know?" They looked into each other's eyes for a moment. "Intended to burn," she nodded again, and closed her hands tightly on the book. "Mark," she said solemnly. "It's an evil thing. Let it go." His face changed. Astonishment died in fierce excitement. "You're mad," he said brutally. And he struck her hands away from the book with his clenched fist. She did not cry out, but her face became utterly dogged. He saw that. "Do you hear me?" he said. "Yes." His passion rose, as he began fully to grasp the enormity of the deed that his coming had prevented. "You would destroy my labor, my very soul," he said hoarsely. "You who pretended to love me." "Because I love you," she said. He laughed aloud. "You hate me," he cried. "I'll hate to see you do evil," she said. "This is fanaticism," he muttered, looking at her obstinate white face and steady eyes. Sheer fanaticism. It began almost to frighten him. "You shall not do this evil," she said. "You shall not." Mark stared at her for a moment. Then he turned away. "I'll not argue with you," he said. "But, if you had done what you meant to do, if you had destroyed my labor, I would have recreated it, every sentence, every word." "No, Mark, I would," he said. "The world shall have it, the world should have had it even then. Go to your room." She left him. But her face had not changed or lost its expression. She went upstairs slowly. And the spirit of her mother went with her. She felt sure of that. When 2 days afterwards, late in the evening, Mark Surratt suddenly died, from poison, as was proved at Catherine's trial, she had no feeling that Mark was dead. That only came to her afterwards, as she sat by the body, awaiting the useless arrival of the doctor. She only knew that the stranger was gone, the stranger into whose wild eyes she had gazed for the first time in the pavilion of Granada, when the world was golden beneath them and the roses touched his hair. She looked at the body, and she seemed to hear again the bell of the cathedral, filling the drowsy valley with terrible vibrations of romance. It was a passing bell. For God had stricken down William Foster. The cry of the child. Part 1. The dead child. The peasants going homeward at evening, when the last sunbeams slanted over the mountains and struck the muffled surface of the river, did not hear the cry. The children, picking violets and primroses in the hedgerow by the small white house, did not hear it. The occasional tourists who tnldged sturdily onward to the rugged pass at the head of the valley did not hear it. Only Maurice Dale heard it, and grew white and shivered. Even to him it had been at first as faint as an echo pulsing through a dream. He had said to himself that it was a fancy of his brain. And then he had pulled himself together and listened. And again, as if from very far off, the little cry had stolen to his ear and faded away. Then he had said to himself that it was the night wind caught in some cranny of the house, and striving to get free. He had thrown open his window and leaned out, and trembled, when he found that the hot night was breathless, airless, that no leaf danced in the elm that shaded his study, that the ivy climbing beneath the sill did not stir as he gazed down at it with straining eyes. It was not the cry of the wind then. Yet it must be. Or if not that, it must be some voice of nature. But the river had no such thrill of pain, of reproach in its song. Then he thought it was some night bird, haunting the eaves of his cottage, or the tangle of wood the country people called his garden. And he put on his clothes eagerly, descended the narrow staircase, and let himself out onto the path that curved to the white gate. But, in the garden there was no sound of birds. This was a year ago. Maurice remembered very well his long vigil in the garden, and how he had prayed that he might hear one note, one only, of a nightjar, or the hoot of an owl in the forest, so that the black thought just born in his mind might be strangled, and the shadow driven out of his heart. But his prayer had not been granted. And he knew he had not deserved that it should be. Towards dawn he went back into his house again, and on the threshold, just as a pallor glimmered up as if out of the grass at his feet, he heard the cry again. And he knew that it came from within the house. Then the sweat stood on his forehead, and he said to himself, with pale lips, "It is the cry of the child." All the people of Brayfield by the sea were agreed on one point. The new doctor, Maurice Dale, young as he looked, was clever. He had done wonders for Mrs. Bird, the rich old lady at Ocean View. He had performed a quite brilliant amputation on Tommy Line, the poor little boy who had been down by a demon bicyclist. And then he was well born. It got about that his father was an honourable, and all the young ladies of Brayfield trembled at the thought that he was a bachelor. His looks were also in his favour. Maurice was pale and tall, with black, smooth hair parted in the middle, regular features, and large black eyes. The expression he assumed suited him. It was curiously sad. But, at first, this apparent pathos was a great success in Brayfield. It was only at a later period that it was the cause of unkind tittle-tattle. In the beginning of Maurice's residence at Brayfield, eulogy attended it and applause was never far off. People said that Maurice was impressionable, and that the vision of pain upon which the medical student's eyes must look so closely had robbed him of the natural buoyancy of youth. Poor young man, they thought enthusiastically, he suffers with those who suffer. And this was considered, and rightly considered, a very touching trait in Maurice. Brayfield was well satisfied with its new doctor, and set itself to be ill for his benefit with a fine perseverance. But, as time went on, the satisfaction of Brayfield became mingled with curiosity. The new doctor was almost too melancholy. It would not be true to say that he never smiled, but his smile was even sadder than his gravity. There was a chill in it, as there is a chill in the first light of dawn. One or two particularly impressionable people declared that it frightened them, that it was uncanny. This idea, once started, developed. It went from house to house. And so, gradually, a spirit of whispering awe arose in the little town, and the vision of human pain ceased to be altogether accountable for the pale sorrow of the young doctor. It was decided that his habitual depression must take its rise from some more personal cause, and, upon this decision, gossip naturally ran a wild course. Since nobody knew anything about Maurice Dale except that his father was an honourable, rumour had plenty of elbow room. It took advantage of the situation, and Maurice was more talked about than anybody in Brayfield. And Lily Alston, the daughter of Canon Alston, rector of Brayfield, launched out into surmises which, however, she kept to herself. Lily, at this time, was a curious mixture of romance and religion, of flightiness and faith. She read French novels all night and went to early service in the morning. She studied Swinburne and taught in the Sunday school with almost equal ardour, and did her duty and pursued 1,000 things outside of her duty with such enthusiasm that she was continually knocked up. On these continual occasions Maurice Dale was invariably sent for, and so an intimacy grew up between him and the rectory, which contained the canon, his daughter, and the servants. For Mrs. Alston was dead, and Lily was an only child. Real intimacy with a rectory means, above all things, Sunday suppers after evening church, and, in time, it became an unalterable custom for Maurice Dale to spend the twilight of his Sabbaths with the canon and his daughter. The canon, who was intellectual and desolate, despite his daughter, since his wife's death, liked to talk with Maurice, and Lily, without having fallen in love with the young doctor, thought him, as she said to herself, a wonderfully interesting study. Lily's wild surmises, already alluded to, were born on one of these Sabbath evenings in winter, when she, the canon, and Maurice, were gathered round the fire after supper. The sea could be heard rolling upon the pebbly beach at a distance, and the wind played about the skins of the darkness. The canon, happily at ease after his hard day's work, rested in his red armchair puffing at his well-seasoned pipe. Lily was lying on a big old-fashioned sofa drawn before the flames, a Persian cat, grave in its cloud of fur, nestling against her and singing its song of comfort. Maurice Dale sat upright, pulling at a cigar. It chanced that Lily had been away the week before, paying a visit in London, and naturally the conversation turned idly upon her doings. "Used to love London," the canon said, with a half-sigh. "In the old days, when I shocked one or two good people here, Lily, by taking your mother to the playhouses. Somehow I don't care for these modern plays. I don't think she would have liked them." "I love London, too," Lily said, in her enthusiastic voice, "but I think modern plays are intensely interesting, especially Ibsen's." "They are cruel," the canon said. "Yes, father, but not more cruel than some of the older pieces." Such was thinking of the Bells. "I saw Irving in it on Friday for the first time." "You've seen it, of course, Mr. Dale." Maurice, who had been gazing into the fire, looked up. His lips tightened for a moment, then he said, "No, never." "What? Though you lived in London all those years when you were a medical student?" "I had opportunities of seeing it, of course, but somehow I never took them, and I dislike the subject of the play greatly now." There was a certain vehemence in his voice. "Why?" the canon asked. "I'll remember my wife was very fond of it. I'll think it morbid and dangerous. There are troubles enough in life without adding to them such a hateful notion as a haunting, a horrible thing that," he looked round with a sort of questioning gaze in his dark, "must be an impossibility." "I don't know," the canon said, without observing the glance. "I don't know. A sin may well haunt a man. Perhaps. But only as a memory, not as a jingle of bells, not as a definite noise, like a noise a man may hear in the street any day. That must be impossible. Now, don't you say so?" Lily, on her sofa, had noticed the very peculiar excitement of the young doctor's manner, and that his denial was really delivered in the form of an ardent interrogation. But the canon's mind was not so alert after the strain of pulpit oratory. He was calmly unaware of any personal thrill in the discussion. Would not be sure, he said. God may have what men would call supernatural ways of punishment as well as natural ones. Decline to believe in the supernatural, Maurice said, rather harshly. Granted that these bells might ring in a man's mind, so that he believed that his ears actually heard them. That would be just as bad for him. Then, I suppose, he's a madman, Lily said. Maurice started round on his chair. That's a rather shocking presumption, isn't it? He exclaimed. Well, the canon said, knocking the ashes slowly out of his pipe, if you exclude the supernatural in such a case, and come upon the natural, I must say I think Lily is not far wrong. The man who hears perpetually a non-existent sound connected with some incident of his past will at any rate soon be on the highway to insanity, I fancy. Maurice said nothing for a moment, but Lily noticed that he looked deeply disturbed. His lips were pressed together. His eyes shone with excitement, and his pale forehead frowned. In the short silence that followed on the canon's remark, he seemed to be thinking steadfastly. At last he lifted up his head with a jerk and said, A man may have a strong imagination, without being a madman, Canon. He may choose to translate a mere memory into a sound companion, just as men often choose to play with their fancies in various ways. He may elect to say to himself, I remember vividly the cry of, he stopped abruptly, then went on hastily, the sound of bells. My mind hears them. Let me, for me amusement, push on my imagination a step further and see what will happen. Hark! It's done. My ears can hear now what a moment ago only my mind could hear. Yes, my ears hear it now. He spoke with such conviction, and the gesture which he linked with his words was so dramatic, that Lily pushed herself up on the pillows of the sofa, and even the canon involuntarily assumed an attitude of keen attention. Why, Dale, the latter said after a moment, you should have been an actor, not a doctor. Really, you led me to anticipate bells, and I only hear the wind. Lily, didn't you feel as I did, Elle? Lily had gone a little pale. She looked across at Maurice. Elle don't know that I expected to hear bells, father, she said slowly. As she said those words, Maurice Dale, for the first time, felt as if a human being drew very near to his secret. Lily's glance at him asked him a question. What was it that pierced through the wind so faintly, it seemed to say? What then? The canon asked. Elle don't know, she replied. Maurice got up. Elle must go now, he said. The canon protested. It was early. They must have one more smoke. But Maurice could not be induced to stay. As he walked rapidly homeward in the darkness, he told himself again and again that he was a fool. How could it be? How could she hear the cry? The of the child? That night Lily did not read a French novel. She lay awake. Her fancy was set on fire by the evening's talk. Her girlish imagination was kindled. In those dark and silent hours she first began to weave a web of romance round Maurice, to see him set in a cloud of looming tragedy. He looked more beautiful to her in this cloud than he had looked before. Lily thought it might be wicked, but somehow she could not help loving mental suffering in others. And the face of Maurice gazed at her in the blackness beneath a shadowy crown of Tom's. Next day, at the early service, she was inattentive to the ministrations of religion. Her father seemed a puppet at its prayers, the choir a row of surpliced dolls, the organ an empty voice. Only at the end, when silence fell on the kneeling worshippers, did she wake with a start of contrition to the knowledge of her impiety, and blush between her little hands at her concentration upon the suspected sorrow of the young doctor. But in that night and that morning Lily ran forward towards Maurice, set her feet upon the line that divides men from women. She knew that she had done so only when she next encountered him. Then, as their eyes met, she was seized with a painful idea of guilt, bred by an absurd feeling that he could see into her mind, and know how all her thoughts had been crowding about him. It is a dangerous symptom, that sensation of one's mind being visible to another as a thing observed via a glass. Lily did not understand her danger, but she was full of a turmoil of funiaciness. Maurice noticed it and felt conscious also, as if some secret understanding existed between him and Lily, yet there was none, there could be none. In conclave the individually stupid can sometimes almost touch cleverness. Brayfield only began to talk steadily about Lily and the young doctor from the day of this meeting of self-consciousnesses which had, as it chanced, taken place on the pavement of the curved parade by the sea. Till that day the little town had attributed to Maurice hopelessness, to Lily simply friendship for a sad young man. Now its members talked the usual gossip that attends the flirtations of the sincere, but added to it a considerable divergence of opinions as to the likelihood of Maurice's conversion from despair. Lily, they were all decided, began to love Maurice. But some believed and some denied, that Maurice began to love Lily. This would have been hard for Lily had she noticed it, but her fanciful and enthusiastic mind was concentrated on one thing only and her range of vision was consequently narrowed. She was incessantly engaged in trying to trace the footsteps of the doctor's misery, of which she was now fully convinced. And indeed, since that Sabbath evening already described, Maurice had scarcely endeavoured to play any part of ordinary happiness to her. Her partial penetration of his secret quickly brought a sense of relief to him. There was something consoling in the idea that this little girl divined his loneliness of soul, if no its reason. By degrees they grew quietly so accustomed to the silent familiarity existing between their ebbing and flowing thoughts, they were, without a word spoken, so thoroughly certain of the language their minds were uttering to each other, that when their lips did speak at length, the words that came were like a continuance of an already long conversation. Lily was, once more, knocked up, and the canon called in Maurice to prescribe. He arrived in the late afternoon and was taken by the canon into Lily's little sitting-room, where she lay on a couch by the fire. A small, shaded, reading lamp defined the shadows craftily. "Now, Dale," the canon said, "for goodness' sake tell her to be more orderly and to do less, mind and body. She behaves as if life was a whirlpool. She swims stupendously, tell her to float, and give her tonic." And he went out of the room shaking his head at the culprit on the couch. When the door had shut upon him, Maurice came up to the fire in silence and looked at Lily. She smiled at him rather hopelessly, and then suddenly she said, "Poor dear father. To ask you to make me take life so easily." That remark was the first onward gliding of their minds in speech, the uttered continuance of the hitherto silent colloquy between them. Maurice sat down. He accepted the irony of the situation suggested by the canon without attempt at a protest. "Life can never be easy, if one thinks," he said. Then, trying to adopt the medical tone, he added, "But you think too much. I have often felt that lately." "Yes," she said. Her eyes were bent on him with a scrutiny that was nearly ungirlish. Maurice tried not to see it as he put his fingers on her wrist. She added, "I have felt that about you too." Maurice had taken out his watch. Without speaking he timed the fluttering pulsation of her life, then, dropping her hand and returning the watch to his pocket, "Your too eager thoughts were of me?" he asked. "Yes, but yours were not of me." "Not always," he said, with an honesty that pleased her. And again Lily saw above his face the shadowy crown of thorns. She was really unwell and ready to be unstrung. Perhaps this made her say hastily, as she shifted lower on her cushions, "I'm partly ill today because you let me see how horribly you are suffering." "Yes," Maurice said heavily. "I'll let you see it." "Why's that?" There was nothing like a shock to either of them in the directness of their words. They seemed spoken rightly at the inevitable time. No thought of question, of denial, was entertained by them. Maurice sat there by her and dropped his mask utterly. "Miss Alston, I am a haunted man," he said. And, in a moment, as he spoke, he seemed to be old. Lily said nothing. She twisted between her little fingers the thin rug that covered her, and was angry with herself because, all of a sudden, she wanted to cry. "And I am beginning to wonder," Maurice went on, "how much longer I can bear it, just how long." Lily cleared her throat. It struck her as odd that she did not feel strange with this man who looked so old in the thin light from the lamp. Indeed, now that the mask had entirely fallen from him, he seemed more familiar to her than ever before. "I suppose we must bear everything so long as God chooses," she said. "No, so long as we choose." "But how? I live to bear it. I cannot be haunted after I am dead." "That can't be." He lifted his head and looked at her with a sort of pale defiance, as if he would dare her to contradict him. Lily confronted the horror of his eyes, and a shudder ran over her. The thorns had pierced more deeply even than she had believed as she lay awake in the night. Just then a door banged and a footstep approached on the landing. "Hush, it's Father," Lily whispered. And the canon entered to ask the condition of the patient. Maurice prescribed and went away. In the windy evening as he walked, he was conscious of a large change dawning over his life. Either the spirit of prophecy, which comes to many men even in modern days, was upon him, or hope, which he believed quite dead in him, stirred faintly in his dream. In either event he saw that on the black walk of his life there was the irregular, and as yet paltry, line of some writing, some inscription. He could not read the words. He only knew that there were some words to be read. And one of them was surely Lily's name. He did not meet her until the evening of the following Sunday when, as usual, he went to supper at the Rec 01Y. Lily was better and had been to church. The canon was delighted and thanked Maurice for his skill in diagnosis and in treatment. "You cure evilly one," he said. Lily and Maurice exchanged a glance. He saw how well she understood that he felt the words to be an irony though they were uttered so innocently. After supper, just as the canon, with his habitual Sunday sigh of satisfaction, was beginning to light his pipe, Sarah, the parlour maid, came in with a note. The canon read it and his sigh moved onwards to something not unlike a groan. He put his filled pipe down on the mantelpiece. "What is it, Father?" asked Lily. "Miss Bigelow," he replied laconically. "On a Sunday." "Oh, it's too it can't be helped," the canon said. "Excuse me, Dale, I have to go out." "But, stay, I shall be back in half an hour." And he went out into the hall, took his coat and hat and left the house. Miss Bigelow was his cross. She was a rich invalid, portentously delicate, full of benefactions to the parish and fears for the welfare of her soul. She kept the canon's charities going royally, but, in return, she claimed the canon's ghostly ministrations at odd times to an extent that sometimes caused the good man's saintly equanimity to totter. Hating doctors and loving clergymen, Miss Bigelow was forever summoning her distracted father confessor to speed that parting guest, her soul, which however, never departed. She remarked in confidence to those about her, that she had endured a dozen deathbeds. The canon had sat beside them all. He must now take his way to the 13th. As soon as the hall door banged, Maurice looked up at Lily. "Poor, dear father," she murmured. "I am glad," Maurice said abruptly. The remark might have been called rude, but it was so simply made that it had the dignity belonging to any statement of plain TNLTH. Neither rude nor polite, it was merely a cry of fact from an overburdened human soul. Lily felt that the words were forced from the young doctor by some strange agitation that fought to find expression. You wish, she began. Then she stopped. The flood of expression that welled up in her companion's face frightened her. She trembled at the thought of the hidden thing, the force, that could loose such a sea. "What is it?" she said like a schoolgirl, or so, a moment afterwards, she feared. "Ought not to tell you," Maurice said, "ought not, but I must. He had got up and was standing before her. His back was to the fire, and a shadow was over his face. I want to tell you. You have made me want to. Why is that? He spoke as if he were questioning his own intellect for the reason, not asking it of her. And she did not try to answer his question. Suppose, he continued, it is because you are the only human being who has partially understood that there is something with me that sets me apart from all my kind, from all the others. With you? Lily said. She felt horribly frightened and yet strong and earnest. Yes, with me, he answered. I told you that I was a haunted man. Miss Alston, will you bear to hear what it is that is with me, and why it comes? It is a story that, perhaps, your father might forbid you to read. I don't know. And, if it was fiction, perhaps he would be right. But, I wonder, you might help me. I can't see how, but, I feel, he faltered suddenly, and seemed for the first time to become self-conscious and confused. Tell me, please, Lily said. She felt rather as if she were beginning to read some strange French story by night. Maurice still stood on the hearth. It is a sound that is with me, he said. Only that, never anything else but that. A sound, she repeated. She thought of their conversation about the bells. Yes, it is a cry, the of a child. Yes. That's nothing, you think? Absurd for a man to heed such a trifle. Why do you think it comes? Maurice hesitated. His eyes searched the face of the little girl with an almost hard gaze of scrutiny, as if he were trying to sum up the details of her nature. Long ago, before I came here, before I was qualified, I was cruel, bitterly cruel to a child, he said at last, speaking now very coldly and distinctly. His eyes were on Lily. Had she made just then any movement of horror or of disgust, had an expression betokening fear of him come into her eyes, Maurice knew that his lips would be sealed, that he would bid her good night and leave her. But she only looked more intent, more expectant. He went on. Was bitterly cruel to my own child, he said. Then Lily moved suddenly. Maurice thought she was going to start up. If she had intended to, she choked the impulse. Was she shocked? He could not tell. She had turned her face away from him. He wondered why, but he did not know that those last words had given to Lily an abrupt and flew insight into the depths of her heart. At that time Maurice said, still speaking view distinctly and quietly, I was desperately ambitious. I was bitten by the viper whose poison, stealing through all a man's veins, is emulation. My only desire, my only aim in life was to beat all the men of my year, to astonish all the authorities of the hospital to which I was attached by the brilliance of my attainments and my achievements. I was ambition incarnate, and such mad ambition is the most cruel thing in the world. And my child interfered with my ambition. It cried, how it cried. He was becoming less definitely calm. It cried through my dreams, my thoughts, my endeavours, my determinations. Do you know what a weapon a sound can be, Miss Alston? Perhaps not. A sound can be like a sword and pierce you, like a bludgeon and strike you down. A little sound can nestle in your life, and change all the colour and all the meaning of it. The CLY of the living child was terrible to me, I thought then. But, then, I had never heard the cry of the dead child. You see, I wanted to forget something. And the tiny cry of the child recalled it. There were no words in the cry, and yet there were words, so it seemed to me, telling over a past history. This history, well, I want to say to you, Lily had now put a guard on watch over against her impulsive nature. When Maurice stopped speaking, she was able to look towards him again and say all you want to. Thank you, he said, almost eagerly. If you knew, Miss Alston, before this time, when I was a very young student, I had fallen into one of the most fatal confusions of youth. I had made a mistake as to the greatest need of my own nature. I had, for a flash of time, thought my greatest need was love. And it wasn't, the girl said, with a note of wonder in her voice. No, it was success, to outstrip my fellows. But I thought it was love, and I followed my thought, and I sacrificed another to my thought. My child's mother died almost in giving her to me, and, in dying, made me promise to keep the child always with me. I kept that promise. I was a young student, very poor. My love had been secret. Now I was alone with this helpless child. I left my own lodgings and took others. I brought it there, and its presence obliged me to shut my doors against my own family and against my friends. To keep the door shut I put von var the excuse of my ambition. I said that I was giving myself up to work, and I shut myself in with the child. I was its nurse as well as its father. I thought I should be sufficient for it. But it missed her, whom I scarcely missed. You had not loved her. Maurice bent his head. I had made a mistake, as I said. I had only thought so. Long before she died I had almost hated her for crippling my ambition. She was swept out of my path. But the child was left crying for her. Yes. I know. Its wail came eternally between me and my great desire. When I sat down to work, the sound, which I could not quiet, perplexed my brain. When I lay down to get, in sleep, power for fresh work, it stnlck through my dreams. I heard it when the stars were out over London, and in the dawn, when from my lodging windows I could see the first light on the Thames. Miss Alston, at last it maddened me. Lily was pale. She scarcely knew of what she was expectant. I had tried to comfort the child. I had failed. Now I determined to forget it, to shut it out from my working life. At last, by force of will, I almost succeeded. I read, I wrote, I analyzed the causes of disease, the results of certain treatments as opposed to the results of others. And sometimes I no longer heard my child, no longer knew whether it wailed and wept or whether it was silent. But one evening, Maurice stopped. His face was very white and his eyes bummed with excitement. One evening he repeated, speaking almost with difficulty, and with the obstinate note in his voice of one telling a secret half against his will and better judgment, could not work. The wail of the child was so loud, so alarmed, so full of a fear that seemed to my imagination intelligent, and based on a knowledge of something I did not know, that my professional instinct was aroused. At first I listened, sitting at my writing table. Then I got up and softly approached the folding doors. Beyond them, in the dark, the child lamented like one to whom a nameless horror draws near. Never had I known it to weep like this, for this was no cry after a mother, no of desire, no cry even of sorrow. It was a half-strangled scream of terror. I did not go into the room, but as I listened, I knew, he faltered. Yes, Lily said. As I listened I knew what the cry meant. Miss Alston, is it not strange that even a baby who scarcely knows life knows so well, death? Death. Yes, recognizes its coming, shrinks from it, fears it with the terror of a clear intelligence. Is it not very strange? Death. Lily repeated. She too was pale. Maurice continued in a low voice. Understood the meaning of the cry, and I did not enter the inner room. No, I walked back to my writing table, put my hands over my ears, to deaden the cry, and gave myself again to work. How long I worked I don't know, but presently I heard a loud knocking at the door of my room. I sprang up and opened it. My landlady stood outside. What do you want? I asked. The good woman's face was grave. Sir, I know that child must be ill, she said. Ill, why? What do you mean? Sir, its crying is awful. It goes right through me. Elle pushed the woman out almost roughly. It is not ill, I said. It is only restless. Leave me. Don't you see I am working? And I shut the door sharply. I sat down again at my table and toiled till dawn. I remember that dawn so well. At last my brain had utterly tired. I could work no longer. I pushed away my papers and got up. The room was misty, so I thought, with a flickering grey light. The dirty white blind was drawn half up. I looked out over the river, and from it I heard the dull shout of a man on a black barge. This shout recalled to me my child and the noise of its lament. I listened. All was silent. There was no murmur from the inner room. And then I remember that suddenly the silence, for which I had so often longed and prayed, frightened me. It seemed full of a dreadful meaning. I waited a moment. Then I walked softly across the room to the folding doors. They were closed. I opened them furtively and looked into the bedroom. It was nearly dark. Approaching the bed I could scarcely discern the tiny white heap which marked where the child lay among the tumbled bedclothes. I bent down to listen to the sound of its breathing. I could not hear the sound. Then I caught the child in my arms and carried it over to the sitting-room window so that the dawn might strike upon its little face. The face was discoloured. The heart was not beating. Miss Alston, while I worked, my child had died in a convulsion. It had striven against death, poor feeble baby, and had had no help from its father. My medical skill might have eased its sufferings. Might have saved it. But I had deliberately closed my ears to its appeal for love, for assistance. I had let it go. I should never hear it again. Maurice had spoken the last words with excitement. Now he paused. With an obvious effort he controlled himself and added calmly, "I buried my child and gave myself again to work. My examination was close at hand. I passed it brilliantly. But I shuddered at my success. Those lodgings by the river had become horrible to me. I left them, took a practice in a remote Cumberland valley, and withdrew myself from the world, from all who had known me. In this retirement, however, I had a companion of whose presence at first I was unaware. The dead child followed me, the child of whom now I feel myself to have been the murderer." "No, no, not that," Lily whispered. But he did not seem to hear her. "One night," he continued, "in my lonely house in the valley I was awakened by some sound. I sat up in bed and listened. All was black around me, and at first all was quiet too. I lay down again to sleep. But as I touched the pillow I heard a faint murmur that seemed to come from far away. I said to myself that it was a fancy of my mind, but again it came. Then I thought it was the wind caught in some cranny of my house. I opened my window and leaned out. But there was no wind in the trees. What was the noise then? The cry of a bird perhaps. Yes, it must be that. Yet did any note of a bird have a thrill of pain in it? I hurried on some clothes and let myself out into the garden. I would hear that bird again. I would convince myself of its presence. But in the garden I could hear nothing save the thin murmur off-stream that threaded the valley. So I returned to the house, and at the door I was greeted by a little cry from within. Miss Alston, it was the cry of my dead child, full of pain and of a eternal reproach. I shut the door, closing myself in with my fate, and since that night I have been a haunted man. Scarcely a day has passed since then, scarcely a night has gone by without my hearing that appeal for help which once I disregarded, which now I can never reply to. I fled from the valley, in a vain hope of leaving that voice behind me. I came here. But the child's spirit is here too. It is forever with me." He stopped abruptly, then he added, "I can even hear it now, while I look at you, while I touch your hand." His burning eyes were fixed on Lily's face. His bumming hand closed on hers as if seeking assistance. "What am I to do?" he said, and for the first time his voice broke and failed. "Pray," she whispered. have prayed. But God forgives only those who reverse their evil acts. Mine can never be reversed. I can never be kind to my child to whom I have been bitterly cruel. There is no help for me, none. Yet I had a feeling that you might help me. If I could, the girl cried with a blaze of sudden eagerness. Her heart leaped up at the words, leaped up from its depth of pity for Maurice to a height of almost fiery enthusiasm. But how? He said. Then his face hardened and grew stern. No, he said, there can be no help for me, none in this world. The drawing-room door opened and the canon appeared. Miss Bigelow has not died for the 13th time, he said, coming up to the fire. When the canon kissed his daughter that night, after Maurice Dale had gone home, he seemed struck by a new expression in her face. Why, how excited you look, child, he said, what is it? But Lily returned his kiss hastily and ran away without a word. Once in her room she locked the door, for no reason except that she must mark the night by some unwanted action, put on her dressing gown and threw herself down on her bed. Her mind was alive with thoughts. Her imagination was in flames. For so much had come upon her that evening. In the first place, she understood that she loved Maurice. She knew that, when he spoke the words, "my child," and jealousy of an unknown woman struck like some sharp weapon to her heart. She realized that he did not love her, yet so great was her simple unselfishness, that she did not dwell on the knowledge, or blame for an instant the selfishness which concentrated Maurice's mind so entirely upon himself and his own sorrow. Her only anxiety was how to help him. Her only feeling was one of tender pity for his agony. And yet, for Lily was a girl of many fancies and full of the wilful side thoughts of women, she found room in her nature for a high-flown sense of personal romance which now wrapped her round in a certain luxury of complacency. She moved in a strange story that was true, a story that she might have read with a quickening of the pulses. She and Maurice, whom she loved, moved in it together, heroine and hero of it. And none knew the story but themselves. And then she burst into silent tears, calling herself cruel for having this moment of half-joy in the tragedy of another. She pushed down into the depths of Maurice's misery. And then, with a clearer mind, she sat up on the bed. It was dead of night now. Was he listening in the silence to that haunting that was destroying him? She wondered breathlessly. And she recalled the conversation about the bells. Was Matthias Tnlly haunted? Or was he mad? She asked herself that, putting Maurice eventually behind footlights in his place. Was there really a veritable cry, allowed to come out of the other world to Maurice? Or did his diseased brain work out his retribution? She could not tell. Indeed, she scarcely cared just then. In either event, the result upon him was the same and was terrible. In either event, the outcome might be what she dared not name even to herself. And, though he did not love her, he turned to her for help. Lily flushed in the thought of this. Almost more than if she had his heart, it seemed to have his CLY for assistance. She must answer it effectually. She must. But how? And then she sprang up and began to pace the room. How to help him? Slowly, and with a minute examination, she went in memory through his story, with its egoism, its cruelty, its ambition, its punishment, its childlike helplessness of tonight, and of many nights. She recalled each word that he had spoken until she came to almost the last, "have prayed." But God forgives only those who reverse their evil acts. Mine can never be reversed. I can never be kind to my child. Just there she stopped. Maurice's words flew against what Lily's religion taught her of the great being who can pardon simply and fully so long only as the sinner entirely and deeply repents. But she accepted them as TNLE for Maurice. There was the point to be faced. She felt that his nature, haunted indeed or betrayed by its own weakness, but still loved by her, could only be restored to peace if he could fulfill the impossible, reverse, as he expressed it, that act of his past. Ah, that cry of the little dying, helpless child, of his little child. Lily could almost hear it too, the tears came into her eyes. How could she still it? How could she lay the little spirit to rest forever? Peace for child, peace for father, sinned against and sinner, she felt she would gladly sacrifice her own life, her own peace, to work the miracle of comfort on dead and living. Yes, she could give up her. Suddenly Lily threw herself down on her bed and buried her burning face deep in the pillows. A thought had come to her, so strange that she wondered whether it were not wicked. The hot red color surged over her with this thought, and all the woman in her quivered as she asked herself whether, in this life of sorrows and of abnegations, it could ever be that the grief and the terror of another could be swept away by one who, in the endeavor to bring solace, must obtain intense personal happiness. In books it is ever self-sacrifice that purges and persuades, martyrdom of the senses that renews and relieves. Lily was ready indeed to be a martyr for the man she loved. But the strange way she saw of being his possible saviour lay only in a light of the sun forever on herself. She wept and saw the light, herself and Maurice walking in it together, till the church bell chimed in the morning, and the tide came up in the sunshine to murmur that it was day. Maurice Dale was puzzled. He noticed a change in Lily so marked that even his self-centered nature could not fail to observe it. This girl, whom he had thought pretty, fanciful, tender-hearted and gently sympathetic, who had attracted his confession by her quick and feminine receptiveness, now seemed developed into a woman of strength and pumos, full of calm and of dignity. Her shining eyes were more steadfast than of old, her manner was less changeful, less enthusiastic, but more reliant. Brayfield wondered what had come to Miss Alston. Maurice wondered too, dating the transformation accurately from the night when he unburdened his soul in search of the help, which, after all, no human being could give to him. It was strange, he thought, that a man's terror, a man's weakness, should endow a weak girl with confidence and with power. It was too strange, and he laughed at himself for supposing that he had anything to do with the new manifestation of Lily's nature. Nevertheless she began to attract him more than he had believed possible. The nightmare in which his life was encircled grew less real when he was with her. There was virtue in her that went out to him. He came to desire always to be with her, and yet he could not say to himself that he loved her with the passion of man for woman. Rather was the desire that he felt for her like that of a criminal towards a place of refuge, of a coward towards an asylum of safety. Sometimes he longed that she might share his trouble, selfishly longed that in her ears might ring the cry of pain that tormented his. One day, when they were together on a down that overlooked the sea, he told her this. "I'll wish it too," she answered softly. "You are all unselfishness, as I am all selfishness," he said, condemning himself, and nearer to loving her than ever before. The sails went by along the wintry sea, and the short afternoon faded quickly into a twilight that was cold in its beauty like a pale primrose in frost. They were descending slowly towards the little town that lay beneath them in the shadows. "Have no voice to trouble my life, no dead voice," that is, Lily said. "No dead voice?" Maurice asked. "And the living?" 011, in most lives there is some one voice that means almost too much, Lily answered slowly. Maurice stopped. "Whose voice means so much to you?" he said. "Why do you care to ask? Is it mine?" The girl had stopped too. Her face was set towards the sea and its great sincerity, which murmurs against the lies and the deceptions of many lives that defile the land, and takes so many more to itself that they may persist no longer in their evil doing. And perhaps it was her vision of the sea that swept from Lily any desire to be a coquette, or to be false. She looked from the sea into Maurice's eyes. "Yes," she answered. "It is yours." "You love me then, Lily?" "Yes, I love you, Maurice." There was no tremor in her voice. There was no shame in her eyes. Alone in her chamber on the night of Maurice's confession she had flushed and trembled. Now she stood before him and made this great acknowledgment simply and fearlessly. And yet she knew that he did not love her with the desire of man to the woman whom he chooses out of the world to be his companion. She was moved by a resolve that was very great to ignore all that girls think most of at such a moment. Maurice took a step towards her. How tnle and how strong she looked. "I dare not ask you to share my life," he said. "It is too shadowed, too sad. I have not the right. If you will ask me, I will share it." She put her hand into his. He felt as if her soul lay in it. They walked on. Already the evening was dark around them. Canon Alston was a little surprised, merely because he was a father, and fathers are always a little surprised when men love their children. But he liked Maurice heartily and gave his consent to the marriage. Miss Bigela worded a valuable wedding present, and resolved to live until over the marriage day at least. And Brayfield gossiped and gloried in possessing a legitimate cause for excitement. As for Lily, she was strangely happy with a happiness far different from that of the usual betrothed young girl. She loved Maurice deeply. Nevertheless, she did not blind herself to the fact that he was still unhappy, restless, self-engrossed and often terror-stricken, although he tried to appear more confident than of old, and to assume a gaiety suitable to his situation in the eyes of the world. She knew he could never be entirely free to love so long as the cly of the child rang in his ears. And he told her that, strangely enough, since their engagement it had become more importunate. Once he even tried to break their contract. "I cannot link my life with another's," he said desperately. "Who knows, when you are one with me, you may be haunted as I am. That would be too horrible." It was a flash of real and heartfelt unselfishness. Lily felt herself thrill with gratitude. But she only said, "I am not afraid." On another occasion, this was about a month after they became engaged, Maurice said, "Lily, when shall we be married?" She glanced up at him, and saw that he was paler even than usual, and that his face looked drawn with fatigue. "Whenever you wish," she answered. "Let it be soon," he said. And then he broke out almost despairingly, "I cannot bear this much longer. Lily, what can it mean? There is something too strange. Ever since you and I have been betrothed, the curse that is laid upon me has been heavier, the cry of the child has been more incessantly with me. I hear it more plainly. It is nearer to me. It is close to me. In the night sometimes I start up thinking the child is even beside me on the pillow, complaining to me in the darkness. I stretch out my hand. I feel for its little body. But there is nothing but that of fear, of pain, of eternal reproach. Why does the spirit persecute me now as it never persecuted me before? Is it because it believes that you will make me happier? Is it because it wishes to deny me all earthly joy? Sometimes I think that, once we are actually husband and wife, the cry will die away. Sometimes I think that then it will never leave me even for a moment. If that were so, Lily, I should die, or I should lose my reason." He covered his face with his hands. He was trembling. Lily put her soft hand against his hands. A great light had come into her eyes as he spoke. "Let us be married, Maurice," she said. "Perhaps the little child wants me." He looked up at her and his dark eyes seemed to pierce her, hungry for help. "Wants you," he said. "How can that be? No, no. It cries against my thought of happiness, against my desire for peace. We must give it peace. We must lay it to rest. No one can do that. If I have not the power to redeem my deed of wickedness, how can anyone living redeem it for me?" Lily looked away from him. Her cheeks were bumming with a blush. A tingling fire seemed to run through all her veins and her pulses beat. "There is some way of redemption for everyone," she said. But he answered gloomily, "Your religion teaches you to say that, Lily, perhaps to believe it. But there is no way. The dead cannot return to earth that we may give them tenderness instead of our former cruelty. No, no. Maurice, trust me. Let us be married, soon." That night, before she went to bed, Lily knelt down and prayed until the night was old. She asked what thousands of women have asked since the world was young. But surely never woman before had so strange a reason for her request. And when at length she rose from her knees, she felt that time must bring the gift she had prayed for, unselfishly, and with her whole heart. A month afterwards, on a bright spring morning, Maurice and Lily were married. It was a great occasion for Brayfield. The church was elaborately decorated by the many young ladies who had secretly longed to be the brides of the interesting doctor. Crowds assembled within and without the building. Miss Bigelow rose from her 14th deathbed in a purple satin gown and a bonnet prodigious with feathers and testified to the possibility of modern resurrection in a front pew. Flowers, rice, wedding marches filled the air. But people remarked that the bridegroom looked like a man who went in fear. Even when he was on the doorstep of the church in the throng of curious sightseers, he moved almost as one whom a dream attends, who sees the pale figures, who hears the faint voices that inhabit and make musical a vision of the night. The bride, too, had no radiant air of a young girl fulfilling her girlish destiny and giving herself up to a protector, to one stronger, more able to fight the world than a woman who loves and fears. Her face, too, was pale and grave, even, some thought, a little stern. As she passed up the church she glanced at no one, smiled at no friend. Her eyes were set steadfastly towards the altar where Maurice waited. And when, after the ceremony, she came down the church to the sound of music, her eyes were fixed on her husband. She took no heed of any one else, for her hand pressed upon his arm, felt that he was trembling. And her ears seemed to hear through all the jubilant music, through all the murmur of the gazing crowd, a cry, far away, yet more distinct than any sound of earth, thin, piercing, full of appeal to her, the spirit cry of the child. Part 2. The living child. The honeymoon of Lily and Maurice was short, and many would have called it sad, could they have known how different it was from the marriage holiday of most young couples. Maurice had looked forward to the wedding as a desperate man looks forward to a new point of departure in his life. He had fixed all his hopes of possible peace upon it. He had dated new days of calm, if not of brightness, from it. He had sometimes vaguely, sometimes desperately, looked to it as to a miracle day, on which, how or why he knew not, the shadow would be lifted from his life. The man who is doomed to death has a moment of acute expectation when some new doctor places him under a fresh mode of treatment. For a few days the increased vitality of his anxious mind sheds a dawn of apparent life through his body. But the mind collapses. The dawn fades. The darkness increases, death steals on. So it was with Maurice. Immediately after the wedding, Lily noticed that he fell into a strangely watchful condition of abstraction. He was full of tenderness to her, full of cares for her comfort, but even in his moments of obvious solicitude he seemed to be on the alert to catch the stir of some remote activity, or to be listening for the sound of some distant voice. His own fate engrossed him even in this first period of novel companionship with another soul. The monomania of the haunted man gripped him and would not release him. He thought of Lily, but he thought more, and with a deeper passion, of himself. The girl divined this, but she did not for an instant rebel. She had set up a beautiful unselfishness in her heart and had consecrated it. Purpose does much for a woman, helps her sometimes to rise higher than perhaps man can ever rise, to the pale and vacant peaks of an inactive martyrdom. And Lily was full of a passion of purpose known only to herself. She loved Maurice not merely as a girl loves a man, but also as the protective woman loves the being dependent upon her. His secret was hers, but hers was not his. She had her beautiful loneliness of silent hope, and that sustained her. They went away together. In the train Maurice said to her suddenly, with a sort of blaze of hungry eagerness, "Lily, Lily, today there is a silence for me. Oh, Lily, if you have brought me silence." He seized her hand and his was hot like fire. "Will it last, can it last?" he whispered. And he glanced all round the carriage like one anticipating an answer to his question from some unknown quarter. Then he said, "The noise of the train is so loud, perhaps I hush." Lily said, "Don't fight your own peace, Maurice." "Fight it, no, but I can scarcely believe in it. Lately it has been so ceaseless, so poignant. Lily, I have had a fancy that you alone could be my saviour. If it is so." "Ah, but how can that be?" She gave him a strange answer. "Maurice," she said, "it may be so, but do not despair if the cry comes again." "What?" he exclaimed almost fiercely, do you hear it then?" "No, no, but it may come." "It shall not. The silence is so beautiful." He put his arms around her. The tears had sprung into his eyes. "How weak I am," he said, with a fury against his own condition. "You must despise me." "I love you," she said. He looked at her with a creeping astonishment. "I wonder why," he said, slowly. "How can you love a man who has been so miserable that he has almost ceased to be a man, love even your misery? Don't think me selfish, Maurice. But it was your sorrow, you see, that first taught you to think of me." He leaned from her suddenly towards the window, which was open, and pulled it sharply up. "Why do you do that?" Lily said quickly. "One hears such noises in the air when one travels at this speed," he answered. "With the window down one might fancy anything. I must shut out fancy. There are voices in the wind that passes, in the rustling woods that we rush through. I won't hear them." The train sped on. Their destination was an inland village set in the midst of a rolling purple moor, isolated in a heather-clad gold of the land, distant from the sea, distant from the murmur of modern life, a sleepy, self-contented and serene abode of quiet women and luminant men, living, loving, and dying with a greater calm than often pervades our modern life. A lazy divinity seemed to preside over the place, in springtime at least. Men strolled about their work as if time waited on them, not they on time. The children, so Maurice thought, played more drowsily than the children of towns. The youths were contemplative. Even the girls often forgot to giggle as they thought of wedding rings and Sunday love-making. Little dogs lay blinking before the low-browed doors of the cottages, and cats reposed upon the garden walls round-eyed in sober dreams. If Maurice sought a home of silence, surely he had it here. Lily and he put up at a small inn on the skirt of the village and facing the rippling emptiness of the moor. Before going to bed they stepped out into the night and the wide air. Stars were bright in the sky. Cottage lights twinkled here and there behind them in the village. They heard a stream running away into the heart of the long solitude that lay beyond them. Lily was very quiet. Her heart was full. Thoughts, strange and beautiful, overflowed in her mind. She felt just then how much bigger the human soul is than the human body, how much stronger the prisoner is than the prison in which Nevan Helicet is dedicated to dwell for a time. Her hand just touched the arm of Maurice as she looked across the soft darkness of the moor. He, too, felt curiously happy and safe. Taking off his cap, he passed his hand over his hair. "Lily," he said, "peace is here for me, in this place with you. My brain has been playing me tricks because I have been so much alone. The devil dwells in a man's loneliness. Listen to the silence of these moors. What a music it!" The lights in the cottages were extinguished one by one, as bed claimed their owners. But Maurice and Lily, sitting on the dry fringe of the heather, remained out under the stars. Her hand lay in his and suddenly she felt his quiver. "What is it, Maurice?" she asked. He got up and made a step forward. "Lily," he said, there must be someone near us, a child lost on the moor, or forgotten by its mother. I hear it crying close to us. Say you hear it too." No, it is not the old sound. Don't think that. It can't be. There's a natural explanation of this, I'll swear there is. Come with me." He pulled her hastily up and pressed forward some steps, stumbling among the bushes. Then he stopped, listening. "It is somewhere just here, by us," he said. "Elle must see. Wait a moment. I'll strike a light." He drew out his matchbox and snlck a match, protecting the tiny flame between his hands. Then he bent down, searching the uneven ground at their feet. The flame went out. "I'll wish I had a lantern," he muttered. "Maurice," Lily said, "let us go back to the inn." "What? And leave this child out here in the night? I tell you there is a child crymg near us." He spoke almost angrily. "Let us go back, Maurice." He stood for a moment as if uncertain. "You think," he began, then he stopped. She took his hand and led him towards the village in silence. As they reached the inn door, the faint light from the coffee room encircled them. Maurice was white to the lips. He looked at Lily without speaking, and he was trembling. "Wasn't there anything?" he whispered. "Is it here too? Can't you keep it away?" Lily said nothing. She opened the inn door. Maurice stepped into the passage, heavily, almost like a drunken man. And this was the first night of their honeymoon. The incident of the moor threw Maurice back into the old misery from which he had emerged for a brief moment, and, indeed, plunged him into an abyss of despair such as he had never known before. For now he had sincerely hoped for salvation, and his hope had been frustrated. He had clung to a belief that Lily's love, Lily's companionship might avail to rescue him from the phantom, or the reality, that was destroying his power, shattering his manhood. The belief was dashed from him, and he sank deeper in the sea of terror. They stayed on for a while in this sleepy hollow, but Maurice no longer felt its peace. Remote as it was, cloistered in the rolling moors, the cry of the child penetrated to it, making it the Venn centre, the very core of all things hideous and terrible. Even the silence of the village, its aloofness from the world, became hateful to Maurice. For they seemed to emphasize and to concentrate the voice that pierced more keenly in silence, that sounded more horrible in solitude. "Elle cannot stay here," he said to Lily. "Let us go back. I will take up my work again. I will try to throw myself into it as I did when I was a student. I shut out the living cry then, I will shut out the dead cry now. For you cannot help me." He looked at her while he spoke almost contemptuously, almost as one looks at some woman whose courage or whose faith one has tried and found wanting. "You cannot help me," he repeated. Secretly he felt a cruel desire to sting Lily into passion, to rouse her to some demonstration of anger against his cowardice in thus taunting her love and devotion. But she said nothing, only looked at him with eyes that had become strangely steadfast, and full of the quiet light of a great calm and patience. "Do say nothing," he said. "If you wish to go, Maurice, let us go." He had got up and was standing by the low window that looked across the moor. "Don't you see," he said, "that I am going mad in this place? And you do nothing. Why did I ever think that you could help me? Try to think so still." She, too, got up, followed him to the window and put her two hands on his shoulders. "Perhaps the time has not come yet," she said. Suddenly he took her hands in his and pushed her a little way from him, so that he could look clearly into her face. "What do you mean? What can you mean?" he said. "Sometimes I think you have some secret that you keep from me, some purpose that I know nothing of. You look as if you were waiting for something, were expectant, I don't know." He broke off. "After all, what does it matter? Only let us go from here. Let us get home. I hate that stretch of moorland. At night it is full of bewailing and misery." He shuddered although the warm spring sunshine was pouring in at the window. Then he turned and left the room without another word. Lily stood still for a moment, with her eyes turned in the direction of the door. Her cheeks bummed with a slight blush and her lips were half opened. If he only knew what I am waiting for, she murmured to herself. Will it ever come? She sank down on the broad, old-fashioned window seat, and leaned her cheek against the leaded panes of glass. The bees were humming outside. She listened to their music. It was dull and dreamy, heavy like a golden moon in summer-time. And then the white lids fell over her eyes, and the hum of the bees faded from her ears, and she heard another music that made her woman's heart leap up. She heard the first tiny murmur of a newborn child. It was sweeter than the hum of bees. It was sweeter than the soul the lute gave up to the ears of nature when Orpheus touched the strings. It was so sweet that tears came stealing from under Lily's eyelids and dropped down upon her clasped hands. She sat there motionless till the twilight came over the moor, and Maurice entered, white and weary, to ask impatiently of what she was dreaming. As Maurice wished it, they returned the next day to Brayfield and settled into the house that was to be their home. It stood on a low cliff overlooking the sea, a broad green lawn, on which during the season a band played and people promenaded, lay in front of it. Beyond, the waves danced in the sunshine. The situation of the house was almost absurdly cheerful, and the house itself was new and prettily furnished. But the life into which Lily entered was strangely at variance with the surroundings, strangely antagonistic to the brightness of the sea, the sweetness of the air, the holiday gaiety that pervaded the little town in the summer. For work did not abolish, did not even lull the sound of the voice that pursued Maurice with an inexorable persistence. It was obvious that on his return home after the honeymoon, he made a tremendous effort to get the better of his enemy. He called up all his manhood, all his strength of character. He refused to hear the voice. When it cried in his ears, he went to sit with Lily, and plunged into conversation on subjects that interested them both. He made her play to him, or sing to him in the twilight. He read aloud to her. This was at night. By day he worked unremittingly. When he was not driving to see patients he labored to increase his knowledge of medicine. He pursued the most subtle investigations into the causes of obscure diseases, and specially directed his inquiries towards the pathology of the brain. He analyzed the multitudinous developments of madness and traced them back to their beginnings, and when, as was often the case, he discovered that the madman or woman whose malady was laid bare to him had inherited this curse of humanity, he smiled with a momentary thrill of joy. His ancestors on both sides of the family had been sane. Yet one of the commonest, most invariable delusions of the insane was the imaginary idea that they were pursued by voices, ordering them to do this or that, suggesting crimes to them or weeping in their ears over some tragedy of the past. Maurice knew that the mind which does not inherit a legacy of insanity may yet be overturned by some terrible incident, by a great shock, or by an unexpected bereavement. But surely such a mind would be aware of its transformation, even as a man who, from an accident, becomes disfigured is aware of the alteration of his face from beauty to desolation. Maurice was not aware that his mind had been transformed. Deliberately, calmly, he asked himself, "Am I insane?" Deliberately, calmly, his soul answered, "No." Yet the cry of the child rang in his ears, pursued his goings out and comings in, filled his days with lamentation, and his nights with horror. Then, leaving the subject of madness, Maurice began to institute a close investigation into the subject of alleged hauntings of human beings by apparitions and by sounds. He read of the actress, whose lover, who had slain himself in despair at her cruelty, remained forever with her, manifesting his presence, although invisible, by cries, curses, and clappings of the hands. He read of the clergyman who was haunted by the footsteps of his murdered sweetheart, which even ascended the pulpit stairs behind him, and pattered furtively about him when he knelt to pray for pardon of his sin. He filled his mind with vision or terrors, but they seemed remote or even ridiculous to him, and he said to himself that they were the clever inventions of imaginative people. They were worked up. They were molded into conventional stories. They pleased the magazines of their time. He alone was really haunted of all men in the world, so far as he knew. And then a great and greedy desire came upon him to meet some other man in a like case, to hear from live lips the TNLE and undecorated history of a despair like his own, one of those bald and terse narratives which pierce the imagination of the hearer like a sword, with no tinselled scabbard of exaggeration and of lies. He wondered whether upon the earth a man walked in a darkness similar to that which fell round him like a veil. He wondered whether he was unique, even as he felt. Sometimes he caught himself looking furtively at a harmless stranger, a bright girl tanned by the sea, or a lad just back from a fishing excursion to Rayners Bay, and saying to himself low and drearily, "Does any spirit trouble you, I wonder? Does any spirit cry to you in the night?" But neither his work, his excursions of the imagination, nor the presence of Lily in his house, availed to cleanse the life of Maurice from the stain of sound that ever widened and spread upon it. He fought for freedom for a while, strenuously, with all his heart and soul. But the lost battle left him with his energies exhausted, his courage broken. One night he said to Lily, "Do you know all I have been doing since we came back here?" "Yes, Maurice, I know." "And that it has all been in vain," he said, with a passion of bitterness that he could not try to conceal. "That too I understand, Maurice, I knew it would be in vain." He looked at her almost as at an enemy, for his heart was so full of misery, his mind was so worn with weariness, that he began to lose the TNLE appreciation of human relations, and to confuse the beauty near him with the ugliness that companioned him so closely. "You knew it?" "What do you mean?" he said. "How could you know it?" "I felt it, Maurice. Do not try any longer to work out alone your own redemption." "You can say that to me." "Yes, for I believe that it is useless, you will fail." He set his lips together and said nothing. But a frown distorted his face slowly. "Leave your redemption to God." "Oh, Maurice, leave it," Lily said, and there were tears in her eyes. "If this CLY of the dead child is his punishment to you, it will, endure so long as he pleases. Your efforts cannot still it now. You yourself told me so once." "I told you?" "Yes, for the dead are beyond our hands and our lips. We cannot clasp them. We cannot kiss them. We cannot speak to them. But they can speak to us and mock us." "You are right. I can't still the cry, I can't. Then it's all over with me." Suddenly, with a sob, Maurice flung himself down. He felt as if something within him snapped, and as if straightway a dissolution of all the man in him succeeded this rupture of the spirit. Careless of the pride of man, before the world and even in his own home, he gave himself up to a despair that was too weak to be frantic, too complete to be angry, a despair that no longer strove but yielded, that lay down in the dust and wept. Then, presently, raising his head and seeing Lily, in whose eyes were tears of pity, Maurice was seized with an enmity against her, unreasonably wicked, but suddenly so vehement that he did not try to resist it. "You have broken me," he said. "You have told me that there is no redemption, that I am in the hands of God, who persecutes me. You have told me the truth and made me hate you. Maurice." The cry came from her lips faintly, but there was the ring of anguish in it. "It is so," he repeated doggedly. "And, indeed, I believe that you have added to the weight of my burden. Since we have been man-eaten, the persecution has increased. Once, when I was alone, I could bear it. Now you are here, I cannot bear it. The child hates you. When you are near, in the night, its cry is so intense that I wonder you can sleep. Yet I hear your quiet breathing. You say you love me. Then why are you so calm? Why do you tell me to TNLST? Why do you hint that I may yet find peace, and then tell me to cease from working for my own peace? You don't love me, you laugh at my trouble. You despise me." He burst out of the room almost like a man demented. It might be supposed that Lily, who loved him, would have been overwhelmed by this ecstasy of anger against her. But there was something that sheathed her heart from death. She might be wounded, she might suffer, but she looked beyond the present time, over the desert of her fate to roses of a future that Maurice, in his misery, could not see, in his self-engrossment could not divine. There is no living thing that understands how to wait, that can feel the beauty of patience, as a woman understands and feels. The curious depth of calm in Lily which irritated Maurice was created by a faith, half religious, half unreasoning, wholly strong and determined, such as no man ever knows in quite the same fullness as a woman. It is such a perfection of faith which gilds the silences in which the souls of many women wait, surrounded by the clouds of apparently shattered lives, but conscious that there is a great outcome, obscure and remote, but certain as the purpose which beats forever in creation. From that day Maurice no longer kept up a pretense of energy, or a simulation of even tolerable happiness in his home. The idea that the spirit of the dead child was stirred to an intense disquietude by his connection with Lily, and that, consequently, his marriage had deepened his punishment, grew in him until at length it became fixed. He brooded over it for hours together, his ears full of that eternal complaining. He began to feel that by linking himself with Lily he had added to his original sin, that his wedding had been a ceremony almost criminal, and that if he had scourged himself by living ascetically, and by putting rigorously away from him all earthly happiness, he might at last have laid the child to rest and found peace and forgiveness himself. And this fixed idea led him to shut Lily entirely out from his heart. He looked upon the fate of her being with him in the house as irrevocable. But he resolved that he ought to disassociate himself from her as far as possible, and, without explaining further to her the thought that now possessed him, he ceased to sit with her, ceased to walk out with her. After dinner at night he retired to his study, leaving her alone in the drawing-room. He let her go up to bed without bidding her good night. When he was obliged to be with her at meals he maintained for the most part an obstinate silence. Yet the cry of the child grew louder. The spirit of the child was not mollified. Its persecution continued and seemed to him to grow more persistent with each passing day. What else could he do? How could he separate himself more completely from Lily? Canon Alston came one day to solve this problem for him. The canon had resolved on taking a holiday, and being no lover of solitude in his pleasures, he wished to persuade Maurice to become a grass widower for 3 weeks. "Can you let Lily go?" he said. "I know it is a shame to leave you alone, but," and he stopped, surprised at the sudden brightness that had come into Maurice's usually pale and grave face. Maurice saw his astonishment and hastened to allay it. "Elle shall miss Lily, of course," he began. "Still, if you want her, and she is anxious to go, I have not mentioned it to her," the canon said. And at this moment Lily came into the room. The project was laid before her. She hesitated, looking from her father to her husband. Her perplexity seemed to both the men curiously acute, even to Maurice, who was on fire to hear her decision. The prospect of solitude was sweet to his tormented heart now that he was possessed by the fancy that Lily's presence intensified his martyrdom. Yet Lily's obvious disturbance of mind surprised him. The 2 courses open to her were really so simple that there seemed no possible reason why she should look upon the taking of one of them as a momentous matter. "Well, Lily, what do you say?" the canon asked, after a pause. "Will you come with me?" "But Maurice permits it, and I want you." I had not meant to leave home at present, father, not till after," she stopped abruptly. "Till after what, my dear?" enquired the canon. She made no answer. "Lily," Maurice said, trying to make his voice cool and indifferent, "I'll think you ought to go. It will do you good. Do not mind me. I shall manage very well for a little while." "You would rather I went, Maurice?" "I'll think we ought not to let your father go on his holiday alone." "Elle will go," she said quietly. So it was arranged. The canon was jubilant at the prospect of his daughter's company, and asked her where they should travel. "What do you say to the English lakes, Lily?" he asked. "They are lovely at this time of year, and the rush of the tourist season has scarcely begun." Shall we go there? Wherever you like, father, she said. The canon was feeling too gay to notice the preoccupation of her manner, the ungirlish gravity of her voice. That day, in the evening, when she was at dinner with Maurice, Lily said, "You lived near the lakes once, didn't you, Maurice?" "Yes," he said. "What was the name of the valley?" He told her. "And the house?" "End Cottage." "It was close to the waterfall." "I hate it," he added almost fiercely. "It was there that I first heard, but I have told you." He relapsed into silence and sent away the food on his plate untasted. Lily glanced across at him. But she said nothing more. And Maurice was struck by the consciousness that she took his strangeness strangely, with a lack of curiosity, a lack of protestation unlike a woman. Almost for the first time since they were married he was moved to wonder how much she loved him, indeed whether she still loved him at all. He had got up from the dinner table and stood with one hand leaning upon it as he looked steadily, with his heavy and hunted eyes, across at Lily. "Are you glad to go with the canon?" he asked. "I am quite ready to go," she said quietly. "You don't mind leaving me?" "I'll think you wish me to leave you." Perhaps I do," he said, watching her to see if she winced at the words. But her face was still and calm. "What then?" "Then it is better for me to go for a little while than to stay." "For a little while," he repeated. "Yes." He turned and went slowly out of the room, and suddenly his face was distorted. For, in the darkness of the hall, he heard the child crying and lamenting. He stopped and listened to it like a man who resolutely faces his destruction. And, as so many times, he asked himself, "Is this a freak of my imagination, a trick of my nerves?" No, the sound was surely real, was close to him. It thrilled in his ears keenly. He could not doubt its reality. Yet he acknowledged to himself that he could not actually locate it. Only in that respect did it differ from other sounds of earth. As he stood in the half-darkness, listening, a horror, greater than he had ever felt before, came over him. The cry seemed to him menacing, no longer merely for sympathy, for assistance, no longer merely the cry of a helpless creature in pain. He turned white and sick, and clapped his two hands to his ears. And just as he did so the dining room door opened and Lily came out, a thin stream of light following her and falling upon Maurice. He started at the vision of her and at the revealing illumination. His nerves were quivering. His whole body seemed to vibrate. "Don't come near me," he cried out to Lily. "It is worse since you are with me. Your presence makes my danger. Ali." And with a cry he dashed into his study, banging the door behind him, as if he fled from her. A few days later Maurice stood at the garden gate and helped Lily into the carriage that was to take her to the station. A summons to a patient prevented him from seeing her and the canon off on their journey northwards. Just before Lily put her foot on the step she stopped and wavered. "Wait a moment," she said. She ran back into the little house which had been her home since she was married. Maurice supposed that she had forgotten something. But she only peeped into her bedroom, into the gay drawing room, into Maurice's den. And as she looked at this last little chamber, at the books, the ruffled writing table, the pipes ranged against the wall, her photograph standing in a silver frame upon the mantelpiece, her eyes filled with tears, and there was a stricken feeling at her heart. "Lily, you will miss the train," Maurice called to her. She hurried out, got into the carriage and was driven away, wondering why she had gone back to take a last glance at her home, why she had scarcely been able to see it for her tears. That evening Maurice returned from his round of visits in a curious state of excitement and of anticipation, mingled with nervous dread. He felt as if the eyes of the dead child were upon all his doings, as if the mind of the dead child pondered every act of his, as if the brain of the dead child were busy about his life, as if the soul of the dead child concerned itself forever with his soul, which it had secretly dedicated to a loneliness assured now by the departure of Lily. By living alone, even for a few weeks, was he not in a measure obeying the desire of the little spirit, which possessed his fate like some inexorable providence? If so, dare he not hope for an interval of peace, for that stillness after which he longed with an anxiety that was like a physical pain? He entered his house. Twilight was falling, and the hall, in which on the previous night the child had complained in so grievous a manner, was shadowy. He stood there and listened. He heard the distant wash of the sea, the voices of two servants talking together behind the swing door that led to the kitchen. No sound mingled with the sea, or with the chattering voices. Slowly he ascended the stairs and entered the bedroom, in which Lily had slept quietly, while he, by her side, endured the persecution of child. The blinds were up. The dying daylight crept slowly from the room, making an exit as furtive and suppressed as that of one who steals from a death chamber. Maurice sat down upon the bed and again listened for a long time. He was conscious of the sense of relief which comes upon a man who, through some sudden act, has removed from his shoulders a terrible burden. He took this present silence to himself as a reward. But would it last? Opening the window, he leaned out to hear the sea more plainly. All living voices, whether of nature or of man, were beautiful to him. They had come to make his silence. A servant knocked at the door. Maurice went down to dine. He passed the late evening as usual in his study. He slept calmly. He woke to silence. Did not this silence confirm his fixed idea that his marriage with Lily had vexed that wakeful spirit, had troubled that unquiet soul of the child? Maurice, wrapped in a beautiful peace, felt that it did. And, as the silent lovely days, the silent lovely nights passed on, he came gradually to a fixed resolve. Lily must not return to him, must not live with him again. He pondered for a long time how he was to compass their further separation. And, at length, he sat down and wrote a letter to Lily telling her the exact TNLTH. "Think me cruel, selfish," he wrote at the end of his letter. "Am cruel. I am selfish. Despair has made me so. The fear of madness has made me so. I must have peace. I must and will have it, at whatever cost." He sent this letter to the poste restante at Windermere, as Lily had directed. She and her father were moving about in the Lake District, and did not know from day to day where they might be. He received a reply within a week. It reached him at breakfast time, and, happening to glance at the postmark before he opened it, his face suddenly flushed and his heart beat with violence. For the letter came from that lonely village in that sequestered mountain valley in which he had once lived, in which he had first heard the cry of the child. What chance had led Lily's steps there? Maurice read the letter eagerly. It was veau gentle, ven submissive. And there was one strange passage in it. "Understand that you are at peace," Lily wrote. "Yet the child is not at peace. It is crying still. You will ask me how I know that. Do not ask me now. Some day I shall send for you and tell you. When I send for you, if it is by day or night, promise that you will come to me. I claim this promise from you. And now goodbye for a time. My father is very unhappy about us. But he trusts me completely, and I have told him that you and I must be apart, but only for a time. I shall not write to you again till I send for you. Even my letter may disturb your peace, and I would give up my life to give you peace." There was no allusion in the letter to the reason which had led Lily and her father to the out-of-the-way valley which had seen the dawn of Maurice's despair. And Maurice was greatly puzzled. Again there came over him a curious conviction that Lily had some secret from him, some secret connected with his fate, and that she was waiting for the arrival of some day, fixed in her mind, on which to make a revelation of her knowledge to him. This mention of an eventual summons, by day or night. What could it mean otherwise? Maurice read the letter again and again. Its last words touched him by their perfect unselfishness and also by their feminine romance. He had a moment's thought of the many emotional stories Lily had read. She lives in one now, he said to himself. And then, as usual, he became self-engrossed, saw only his own life, possibly touched forever with the light of peace. The canon returned alone. He met Maurice gravely, almost sternly. "I hushed my child entirely," he said. "She has told me that for a time you must live happen. She has made me promise not to ask you the reason of this separation. I don't ask it, but if you—" His voice broke and he turned away for a moment. Then he said, "Lily remains in the place from which she wrote to you. She's going to live there." Maurice exclaimed. "For the present, I could not persuade her otherwise. Her old nurse, Mrs. Whitehead, is going up to be with her. I cannot understand all this." The old man cast his eyes searchingly upon Maurice. "What?" he began, then, remembering his promise to his daughter, he stopped short. "We will talk no more about this," he said slowly. "No more." He bade Maurice goodbye and returned, sorrowful, to the rectory. Lily kept her word. Maurice had no more letters from her. He only heard of her from the canon, and knew that she remained in that beautiful and terrible valley, which he remembered so vividly and hated so ardently. Meanwhile he dwelt in a peace that was strange to him. The little voice had gone out of his life. The of the child was hushed. Often, in the past, Maurice had contemplated the coming of this exquisite silence, but he had always imagined it as a gradual approach. He had fancied that if the lamentation of the child ever died out of his haunted life, it would fade away as the sound of the sea fades on a long strand when the whispering tide goes down. Day by day, night by night, her sealing would grow less poignant, less distinct in a long diminuendo, as if the restless spirit withdrew slowly farther and farther away, till the cry became a whisper, then a broken murmur, then nothing. This abrupt cessation of persecution, this violent change from something that had seemed like menace to perfect immunity from trouble, was a fact that Maurice had never thought of as a possibility. He had grown to believe that Lily's presence in his home intensified the terror from which he suffered, certainly. But he had never supposed that her removal from him would lay the spirit entirely to rest. And she said that it was not at rest. How could she know that? And if it were not at rest, in what region was it pursuing its weird activity? Whither had it gone? He wondered long and deeply. And then he resolved to wonder no more. Peace had come to him at last. He would not break it by questioning the reason of it. He would accept it blindly, joyfully. Man blots the sunshine out of life by asking why. Time passed on. Brayfield had gossiped, marvelled and sunk into a sort of apathy of unrewarded and quiescent curiosity. The canon pursued his life at the rectory. Maurice visited his patients and continued unremittingly his medical researches. The immunity he now enjoyed gradually wrought a great change in him. He emerged from prison into the outer air. His health rapidly improved. His heavy eyes grew bright. His mind was active and alert. He was a new man. The darkness faded round him. He saw the light at last. For the silence endured. And at last he even forgot to listen, at dawn or in the silent hours of the night, for the cry of the child. Even the memory of it began to grow faint within his heart. So rapidly does man forget his troubles when he still has youth and the years are not heavy on him. Yet Maurice often thought of Lily. And now that he was no longer bowed under the tyranny of a shattered nervous system, he felt a new tenderness for her. He recalled her devotion and no longer linked her with his persecution. He remembered her unselfishness. He wished her back again. And then, he remembered all his misery, and that, with her, it went. And his selfishness said to him, "It is better so." And his mental cowardice whispered to him, "Your safety is in your solitude." And he put the memory of Lily's love and of the beauty of her nature from him. So his silent autumn passed by. And his silent winter came. One day, in a December frost, he met the Canon, muffled up to the chin and on his way to see Miss Bargillo, who professed herself once again in extremis. They stopped in the snow and spoke a few commonplace words, but Maurice thought he observed a peculiar furtiveness in the old man's manner, a hint of some suppressed excitement in his voice. "How is Lily?" Maurice asked. "Fairly well," the Canon said. "She is still at the inn?" "No, she lately moved into a little house further up the valley." "Further up the valley," Maurice said. "But there's only one other house in that direction." "I have been there, you know," he added hastily. "Lily told me you had stayed there." "Well, but," Maurice persisted, "there is only one house, a private house." "They have been building up there," the Canon said evasively. "Houses are springing up. It is a pity. Good night." And he turned and walked away. Maurice stood looking after him. So they had been building in the valley, and End Cottage no longer possessed the distinction of being the finale of man in that Arcadia of woods and streams, and lugged hills on which the clouds brooded, from which the rain came like a mournful pilgrim, to weep over the gentle shrine of nature. So they had been building in the valley. Maurice made his way home. His mind was full of memories. The close of the year drew on. It was a bad season, a cruel season for the poor. Men went about saying to one another that it was a hard winter. The papers were full of reports of abnormal frosts, of tremendous falls of snow, of ice-bound rivers and trains delayed. There were deaths from cold. The starving died off like flies, under hedges by roadsides, in the fireless attics of towns. Comfortable and well-to-do persons talked vigorously of the delights of an old-fashioned Christmas. The doctors had many patients. Among them Maurice was very busy. His talent had monopolized Brayfield and his time was incessantly occupied. He scarcely noticed Christmas. For even on that day he was full of work. Several people managed to be very ill among the plum puddings. The year died and was buried. The new year dawned, and still the evil weather continued. In early January Maurice came down one morning to find by his plate a letter written in a hand of old age, straggling and complicated. It proved to be from Mrs. Whitehead, Lily's old nurse, and it contained that summons of which Lily had spoken long ago in her letter to her husband. Lily was ill and wished to see Maurice at once. The letter, though involved, was urgent. Maurice laid it down. There was a date on it but no name of a house. By the date Maurice saw that the letter had been delayed in transit. Blizzards, snowstorms, had been responsible for many such delays. He got up from the table. At that moment there was no hesitation in his mind. He would go to Lily at once, as fast as rail could carry him. In a few moments his luggage was packed. Within an hour he was on his way to the station. He stopped the carriage at the rectory and asked to see the Canon for a moment. The servant, looking reproachful, told him her master had started 3 days before to see Miss Lily, who was ill. "Miss Lily," Maurice said. "You mean Mrs. Dale?" "I am on my way to see her too." "What is the matter?" "They do not tell me." "Don't know, sir," the servant said, softening a little on learning that Maurice was going north to his wife. Maurice drove on to the station. In all his afterlife he never could forget his white journey. It seemed to him as if nature gathered herself together to delay him, to turn him from his purpose of obeying the summons of Lily. Even the line from Brayfield to London was blocked, and when at length Maurice reached London he found the great city staggering under a burden of snow that rendered its features unrecognisable. All traffic was practically suspended. He missed train after train, and when he drove at last into Euston Station and expressed his intention of going north by the night mail, the porter shook his head and drew a terrible picture of that Arctic region. "Most of the lines are blocked, sir," he said, "or will be. It's coming on for more snow." "Can't help that," Maurice said. "Must go. Label my luggage." The train was due to start at midnight. Maurice had a lonely dinner at the station hotel. While he ate in the gaily lighted coffee room, he thought of Lily and of his coming journey. The influence of the weather had surrounded it with a curious romance such as English travel seldom affords. Maurice was very susceptible to the mental atmosphere engendered by outward circumstances, and yielded more readily than the average man to the wayward promptings of the faithful spirit that nestles somewhere in almost every intellect. He began to regard this white journey to the icebound and nigged north with something of a child's wide-eyed, half-delighted, half-alarmed anticipation. He thought of the darkness, of the dangers by the way, of the multitudes of lonely snow-wreathed miles their train would have to cover, of the increasing cold as they went higher and higher up the land, of the early dawn over fells and stone walls, of the grey light on the grey sea. Then he listened to the strangely muffled roar of a London horse with cold. And he shivered and had feelings of a man bound on some tremendous and novel quest. As he came out of the hotel, the wintry air met him and embraced him. He entered the station, dull and sinister in the night, with its haggard gas lamps and arches yawning to the snow. There were few passengers, and they looked anxious. The train drew in. Maurice had his carriage to himself. The Ponner wished him good luck on his journey with the voice and manner of one clearly foreseeing imminent disaster and death. The whistle sounded, and the train glided, a long black and orange snake, into the white wonder of the clouded night. Snow beat upon the windows, encrusted with the filigree work of frost, and as the speed of the train increased, the carriage filled with the persistent music of an intense and sustained activity. This music, and the thoughts of Maurice fought against sleep. He leaned back with open eyes and listened to the song of the train. Its monotony was like the monotony of an irritable man, he thought, always angry, always expressing his anger. Beneath bridges, in tunnels, the anger was dashed with ripples of fury, with spurts of brutalizing passion. And then the normal current of dull temper flowed on again as before. Maurice wished that the windows were not merely thick white blinds completely shutting out the night. He longed to see the storm in which they fled towards greater stuns, the country which they spumed as they sprang northwards. Northwards. And to that valley. His thoughts went to his old life alone there, to the coming into it of the haunting voice, to his terror, his struggle, his flight southward. He had never thought to return there. Yet now he fled towards that place of memories, calm, sane, cleansed of persecution, with his mind fortified, and his heart steadily and calmly beating, unshaken by the agonies of old. Was he the same man? It seemed almost impossible. And now Maurice said to himself again that perhaps after all the cry of the child had been imagination, a symptom of illness in him from which he had, perhaps even through some obscure physical change, recovered completely. Yet Lily had believed in the cry and believed in the unquiet spirit behind it. But women are romantic, credulous. The train rocked in a rapture of motion. Maurice drew his rugs more closely round him. With the advance of night the cold grew more deadly. Towards morning the pace of the train incessantly decreased. Huge masses of snow had drifted upon the line. For a rising wind drove it together under hedgerows and walls until expanding upon the track, it impeded the progress of the engines. Maurice let down a window and peered out. He saw only snow, stationary or floating, at rest in shadowy heaps that fled back in the darkness, or falling in a veil before his eyes. It seemed to him now as if a hand were stretched out to stay his impetuous advance to Lily. The train went slower and slower. At last, towards morning, it stopped. A long and distracted whistling pierced the air. There was a jerk, a movement forward, then another stoppage. They were snowed up in the middle zero of a desolate stretch of country, with a blizzard raging round them. How many hours passed before they were released Maurice never knew. He lay wrapped up to the eyes, numbed and passive, of body, but mentally travelling with an extraordinary rapidity. At first he was in the valley. He saw it, as he had seen it in old days, in snow, its river icebound, its waterfall arrested in the midst of an army of crystal spears. White mountains rose round it to a low sky, curved, like a bosom, in grey cloud shapes. The air was sharp and silent, clearer than southern air, a thing that seemed to hold itself alert in its narrow prison on the edge of solitude. He heard the bark of a dog on the hills, in search of the starving sheep. Then he came to one of those new houses of which the canon had spoken, and in it he found Lily. She was pale, but he scarcely noticed that, engrossed in the strangeness of finding her there. For in the south he had never fully realized Lily at home in the valley, walking on the desolate narrow roads by day, sleeping in the shadow of the hills by night. Now he began to realize her there. Where would the house be? Near End Cottage, perhaps in sight of the garden to which he had stolen on that evil night to listen for the voice of a bird. After many hours the train was dug out of the snow, and sped forward again in daylight. Maurice slept a little, but uneasily. And now, when he was awake, he began to be filled with an unreasonable apprehension, for which he accounted by taking stock of the low temperature of his body, and of the loss of vitality occasioned by want of food and rest. He was seized with fear as he came up into the north and saw vaguely the moors around him, the snowy waves where the white woods rippled up the flanks of the white hills. He began to realize again his former condition when his life was full of the lamentation of the child. He began to feel as if he drew near to that lamentation once more. Pedlaps, the little sorrowful spirit, had only deserted him to return to the valley in which it first greeted him. Perhaps it would come again to him there. He might hear the CW from the garden of the cottage as he hastened past. He shuddered and cursed his wild fancies. But they stayed with him through all the rest of the journey, through all the delays and periods of numb patience. And they increased upon him. When at last he reached the dreary station by the flat sandbanks, at which he changed into the valley train, he was pale and careworn, and full of alarm. Very slowly the tiny train crawled up into the heart of the hills as the darkness of the second night came down. Maurice was the only passenger in it. He felt like one alone in a lonely world, fearing inhabitants unseen, but whose distant presence he was aware of. Could Lily indeed be here, beyond him in this desolation? It seemed impossible. But the child might be here, wandering, a lost spirit, in this unutterable winter. That would not be strange to him. And his soul grew colder than his body. He could see nothing from the window, but occasionally he heard the dry tapping of twigs upon the glass, as the train crept among the leafless woods. And this tapping seemed to him to be the tiny fingers of the child, feebly endeavouring to attract his attention. He shrank away from the window to the centre of the carriage. At the last station in the valley the train stopped. Maurice got out into the darkness, and asked the guard the name of the house in which Mrs. Dale lived. Mrs. Dale, he said, in the broad Cumberland dialect, "Oh, she bides at End Cottage." Maurice stared at his NRGGED face peering above the round lamp which he held. "End Cottage?" "Yes, sir. The poor lady took it on a 6 months' lease, but I hear she's in." But Maurice had tummed away with a muttered, "I'll send up for the luggage." He stumbled out into the white lane and through the little village. 1 or 2 lads, roughly dressed and sprinkled with snowflakes, eyed him from the shelter of the inn porch. As he moved past them, he heard their muttered comments. He left the houses behind and found himself among snow-laden trees. End Cottage was hidden in this narrow wood which was generally full of the sound of the waterfall. Now the waterfall was silent, motionless, a dead thing in a rocky grave. Maurice saw a faint and misty light among the bare trees. It came from his old home, and now his hand touched the white garden gate, prickly with ice. He pushed it open and stole up the path till he reached the little porch of the cottage. As he stood there his heart beat hard and his breath fluttered in his throat. It seemed to him that there must be some strange and terrible meaning in Lily's presence here. With a shaking hand he pulled at the bell. He waited. No one came. He heard no step. The silence was dense, even appalling. After a long pause he turned the handle of the door, opened it, and stood on the threshold of the cottage. Instead of entering at once he waited, listening for any sound of life within the house, for the voices or footsteps of those inhabiting it. Just so had he waited on a summer night long ago, with the moon behind him and leaf-laden trees. He listened, and, after a moment of profound stillness, he heard, as he had heard in that Vellwye place so long ago, the faint cry of a child. It came from within the house, clear and distinct though frail and feeble. Involuntarily Maurice moved a step backward into the snow. Horror overwhelmed him. The dead child was here then with Lily, in his old abode. The spirit was not laid to rest. It had only deserted him for a while to greet him again here, to take up again here its eternal persecution, and this resurrection appalled and unmanned him more than all the persistent haunting of the past. He was dashed from confidence to despair. The little cry paralyzed him, and he leaned against the wall of the porch almost like a dying man. And again he heard the cry of the child. How live and how real it was! Maurice remembered that he had said to himself that the cry was a fantasy of the brain, an imaginal sound vibrating from an afflicted body. And now his intellect denied such a supposition. The cry came from a thing that lived, although it lived in another world. It seemed to summon him with a strange insistence. Against his will, and walking slowly as one in a trance, he moved forward up the narrow stairway till he reached the room that had been his old bedroom. There came surely from within that room. The dead child thus shut in there. Yes, never before had Maurice been able to locate the cry precisely. Now he could locate it. With shaking fingers he grasped the handle of the door. He stood in a faint illumination, and the of the child came louder to his ears. But there mingled with it another cry, faint yet thrilling with joy. Maurice he looked and saw Lily, white as a flower. She was propped on pillows, and, stretching out her thin girl's arms, she held feebly towards Maurice a tiny baby. "Maurice, it is the child," she whispered. "The child," he repeated hoarsely. For an instant he believed that his fate was sealed, that the spirit, which for so long had pursued him with its lamenting, now manifested its actual presence to his eyes. Then, in a flash, the TNLTH came upon him. He fell upon his knees by the bedside and put out his arms for the child. He held it. He felt its soft breath against his cheek. A cooing murmur, as if of tiny happiness, came from its parted lips. It turned its little face, flushed like a rose, against the breast of Maurice, and nestled to sleep upon his heart. And Lily's hand touched him. "Elle thought you would not come in time," she said, as the nurse, at a sign from her, stole softly from the room. "In time? Ito see me before, they say, you know, that, Lily," he cried. "Hush! The child. Listen, dear. If I die, take the child. It is your dead child, I think, come to life through me. Yes, yes, it is the little child that has cried for love so long. Redeem your cruelty, oh, Maurice, redeem it to your child. Give it your love. Give it your life. Give it, Lily," he said again. And there were tears on his cheeks. "Gave myself to you for this, Maurice. I was waiting for this. Do you understand me now? You scarcely loved me, Maurice. But I loved you. Let me think, in dying, that I have brought you peace at last." He could not speak. The mystery of woman, the mystery of child was too near to him. All came upon him, and the terror of his own unworthiness, rewarded, or punished, which was such compassion, such self-sacrifice. "When I left you," Lily murmured, and her voice sounded thin and tired, "it seemed as if the spirit of the child came with me, as if I, too, heard its dead voice in the night, crying for its salvation, for its relief from agony. But, Maurice, you cannot hear it now. You will never hear it again, unless, she fixed her eyes on him. They were growing dim. God has given the dead to you again through me, she faltered, that you may redeem your sin. She moved, and leaned against him, as if she would gather him and the sleeping child into her embrace. But she could not. She slipped back softly, almost like a snowflake that falls and is gone. Maurice Dale is a famous doctor now. He lives with his daughter, who never leaves him and whom he loves passionately. Many patients throng to his consulting room, but not one of them suspects that the grave physician deep down in his heart cherishes a strange belief, not based upon science. This belief is connected with his child. Secretly he thinks of her as of one risen from the grave, come back to him from beyond the gates of death. The cry of the child is silent. Maurice never hears it now. But he believes that could any demon tempt him, even for one moment, to be cruel to his little daughter, he would hear it again. It would lament once more in the darkness, would once more fill the silence with its despair. And then a dead woman would stir in her grave. For there are surely cries of earth that even the dead can hear. How love came to Professor Gildear. Dull people often wondered how it came about that Father Murchison and Professor Frederick Gildear were intimate friends. The one was all faith, the other all skepticism. The nature of the father was based on love. He viewed the world with an almost childlike tenderness above his long, black cassock, and his mild, yet perfectly fearless, blue eyes seemed always to be watching the goodness that exists in humanity, and rejoicing at what they saw. The professor, on the other hand, had a hard face like a hatchet, tipped with an aggressive black goatee beard. His eyes were quick, piercing and irreverent. The lines about his small, thin-lipped mouth were almost cruel. His voice was harsh and dry, sometimes, when he grew energetic, almost soprano. It fired off words with a sharp and clipping utterance. His habitual manner was one of distance and investigation. It was impossible to suppose that, in his busy life, he found any time for love, either of humanity in general or of an individual. Yet his days were spent in scientific investigations which conferred immense benefits upon the world. Both men were celibates. Father Murchison was a member of an Anglican order which forbade him to marry. Professor Gildear had a poor opinion of most things, but especially of women. He had formerly held a post as lecturer at Birmingham. But when his fame as a discoverer grew, he removed to London. There, at a lecture he gave in the East End, he first met Father Murchison. They spoke a few words. Perhaps the bright intelligence of the priest appealed to the man of science, who was inclined, as a rule, to regard the clergy with some contempt. Perhaps the transparent sincerity of this devotee, full of common sense, attracted him. As he was leaving the hall, he abruptly asked the father to call on him at his house in Hyde Park Place. And the father, who seldom went into the West End, except to preach, accepted the invitation. "When will you come?" said Gildear. He was folding up the blue paper on which his notes were written in a tiny, clear hand. The leaves rustled dryly in accompaniment to his sharp, dry voice. "On Sunday week I am preaching in the evening at St. Saviour's, not far off," said the father. "Don't go to church." "No," said the father, without any accent of surprise or condemnation. "Come to supper afterwards." "Thank you. I will." "What time will you come?" The father smiled. "As soon as I have finished my sermon." "The service is at 6:30. "About 8 then, I suppose." "Don't make the sermon too long. My number in Hyde Park Place is 100. Good night to you." He snapped an elastic band round his papers and strode off without shaking hands. On the appointed Sunday, Father Murchison preached to a densely crowded congregation at St. Saviour's. The subject of his sermon was sympathy, and the comparative uselessness of man in the world unless he can learn to love his neighbour as himself. The sermon was rather long, and when the preacher, in his flowing, black cloak, and his hard, round hat, with a straight brim over which hung the ends of a black cord, made his way towards the professor's house, the hands of the illuminated clock disc at the marble arch pointed to 20 minutes past 8. The father hurried on, pushing his way through the crowd of standing soldiers, chattering women and giggling street boys in their Sunday best. It was a warm April night, and, when he reached number 100 Hyde Park Place, he found the professor bareheaded on his doorstep, gazing out towards the park railings, and enjoying the soft, moist air, in front of his lighted passage. "Ha, a long sermon," he exclaimed. "Come in." "Fear it was," said the father, obeying the invitation. That dangerous thing, an extempore preacher. More attractive to speak without notes, if you can do it. Hang your hat and coat, cloak, here. We'll have supper at once. This is the dining room." He opened a door on the right and they entered a long, narrow room, with a gold paper and a black ceiling, from which hung an electric lamp with a gold-coloured shade. In the room stood a small oval table with covers laid for two. The professor rang the bell. Then he said, "People seem to talk better at an oval table than at a square one." "Really? Is that so?" "Well, I've had precisely the same party twice, once at a square table, once at an oval table. The first dinner was a dull failure, the second a brilliant success. Sit down, won't you?" "How do you account for the difference?" said the father, sitting down, and pulling the tail of his cassock well under him. "I know how you'd account for it." "Indeed. How then?" "At an oval table, since there are no corners, the chain of human sympathy, the electric current, is much more complete." "Let me give you some soup." "Thank you." The father took it, and, as he did so, turned his beaming blue eyes on his host. Then he smiled. "What," he said, in his pleasant, light tenor voice. "You do go to church sometimes, then?" "Tonight is the first time for ages. And, mind you, I was tremendously bored." The father still smiled, and his blue eyes gently twinkled. "Dear, dear," he said, "what a pity." "But not by the sermon," Gildear added. "Don't pay a compliment. I state a fact. The sermon didn't bore me. If it had, I should have said so, or said nothing." "And which would you have done?" The professor smiled almost genially. "Don't know," he said. "What wine do you drink?" "None, thank you. I'm a teetotaler. In my profession and milieu it is necessary to be one." "Yes, I will have some soda water." "I think you would have done the first." "Very likely, and very wrongly. You wouldn't have minded much." "Don't think I should." They were intimate already. The father felt most pleasantly at home under the black ceiling. He drank some soda water and seemed to enjoy it more than the professor enjoyed his claret. "You smile at the thought of the chain of human sympathy, I see," said the father. "Then what is your explanation of the failure of your square party with corners, the success of your oval party without them?" Probably on the first occasion the wit of the assembly had a chill on his liver, while on the second he was in perfect health. "Yet, you see, I stick to the oval table. And that means, very little. By the way, your omission of any allusion to the notorious part liver plays in love was a serious one tonight. Your omission of any desire for close human sympathy in your life is a more serious one. How can you be sure I have no such desire? I'll divine it. Your look, your manner, tell me it is so. You were disagreeing with my sermon all the time I was preaching. Weren't you?" "Part of the time." The servant changed the plates. He was a middle-aged, blonde, thin man, with a stony white face, pale, prominent eyes, and an accomplished manner of service. When he had left the room, the professor continued, "Your remarks interested me, but I thought them exaggerated. For instance, let me play the egoist for a moment. I spend most of my time in hard work, very hard work. The results of this work, you will allow, benefit humanity." Enormously assented the father, thinking of more than one of Gildea's discoveries. "And the benefit conferred by this work, undertaken merely for its own sake, is just as great as if it were undertaken because I loved my fellow man and sentimentally desired to see him more comfortable than he is at present. I am as useful precisely in my present condition in my present non-affectional condition, as I should be if I were as full of gush as the sentimentalists who want to get murderers out of prison, or to put a premium on tyranny, like Tolstoy, by preventing the punishment of tyrants. One may do great harm with affection, great good without it. Yes, that is TNTE. Even le bon motif is not everything, I know. Still I contend that, given your powers, you would be far more useful in the world with sympathy affection for your kind, added to them than as you are. I believe even that you would do still more splendid work." The professor poured himself out another glass of claret. "You noticed my butler," he said. "One did. He's a perfect servant. He makes me perfectly comfortable. Yet he has no feeling of liking for me. I treat him civilly. I pay him well. But I never think about him, or concern myself with him as a human being. I know nothing of his character except what I read of it in his last master's letter. There are, you may say, no truly human relations between us. You would affirm that his work would be better done if I had made him personally like me as man, of any class, can like man, of any other class. L should decidedly contend that he couldn't do his work better than he does it at present. But if any crisis occurred—" "What?" "Any crisis, change in your condition. If you needed his help, not only as a man and a butler, but as a man and a brother? He'd fail you then, probably. You would never get from your servant that finest service which can only be prompted by an honest affection. You have finished." "Quite. Let us go upstairs then." "Yes, those are good prints. I picked them up in Birmingham when I was living there. This is my workroom." They came into a double room lined entirely with books, and brilliantly, rather hardly, lit by electricity. The windows at one end looked onto the park, at the other onto the garden of a neighbouring house. The door by which they entered was concealed from the inner and smaller room by the jutting wall of the outer room, in which stood a huge writing table loaded with letters, pamphlets and manuscripts. Between the two windows of the inner room was a cage in which a large, grey parrot was clambering, using both beak and claws to assist him in his slow and meditative peregrinations. "You have a pet," said the father, surprised. "Possess a parrot," the professor answered, dryly. "L got him for a purpose when I was making a study of the imitative powers of birds, and I have never got rid of him. A cigar?" "Thank you." They sat down. Father Murchison glanced at the parrot. It had paused in its journey, and, clinging to the bars of its cage, was regarding them with attentive round eyes that looked deliberately intelligent, but by no means sympathetic. He looked away from it to Gildea, who was smoking, with his head down back, his sharp, pointed chin, on which the small black beard bristled, upturned. He was moving his underlip up and down rapidly. This action caused the beard to stir and look peculiarly aggressive. The father suddenly chuckled softly. "Why's that?" cried Gildea, letting his chin drop down on his breast and looking at his guest sharply. "I was thinking it would have to be a crisis indeed that could make you cling to your butler's affection for assistance." Gildea smiled too. "You're right. It would. Here he comes." The man entered with coffee. He offered it gently, and retired like a shadow retreating on a wall. "Splendid, inhuman fellow," remarked Gildea. "I'll prefer the East End lad who does my errands in Bird Street," said the father. "I'll know all his worries. He knows some of mine. We are friends. He's more noisy than your man. He even breathes hard when he is specially solicitous, but he would do more for me than put the coals on my fire, or black my square-toed boots. Men are differently made. To me the watchful eye of affection would be abominable. What about that bird?" The father pointed to the parrot. It had got up on its perch and, with one foot uplifted in an impressive, almost benedictine manner, was gazing steadily at the professor. "That's the watchful eye of imitation, with a mind at the back of it, desirous of reproducing the peculiarities of others. No, I thought your sermon tonight very fresh, very clever. But I have no wish for affection. Reasonable liking, of course, one desires." He tugged sharply at his beard, as if to warn himself against anything more would be most irksome, and would push me, I feel sure, towards cruelty. It would also hamper one's work. Don't think so. The sort of work I do. I shall continue to benefit the world without loving it, and it will continue to accept the benefits without loving me. That's all as it should be." He drank his coffee. Then he added, rather aggressively, "I have neither time nor inclination for sentimentality." When Gildea let Father Murchison out, he followed the father onto the doorstep and stood there for a moment. The father glanced across the damp road into the park. "I see you've got a gate just opposite you," he said idly. "Yes. I often slip across for a stroll to clear my brain. Good night to you. Come again some day." "With pleasure. Good night." The priest strode away, leaving Gildea standing on the step. Father Murchison came many times again to number 100 Hyde Park Place. He had a feeling of liking for most men and women whom he knew, and of tenderness for all, whether he knew them or not, but he grew to have a special sentiment towards Gildea. Strangely enough, it was a sentiment of pity. He pitied this hard-working, eminently successful man of big brain and bold heart, who never seemed depressed, who never wanted assistance, who never complained of the twisted skein of life or faltered in his progress along its way. The father pitied Gildea, in fact, because Gildea wanted so little. He had told him so, for the intercourse of the two men, from the beginning, had been singularly frank. One evening, when they were talking together, the father happened to speak of one of the oddities of life, the fact that those who do not want things often get them, while those who seek them vehemently are disappointed in their search. "Then I ought to have affection poured upon me," said Gildea, smiling rather grimly. "For I hate it." "Perhaps some day you will." "I'll hope not, most sincerely." Father Murchison said nothing for a moment. He was drawing together the ends of the broad band round his cassock. When he spoke he seemed to be answering someone. "Yes," he said slowly, "yes, that is my feeling, pity." "For whom?" said the professor. Then, suddenly, he understood. He did not say that he understood, but Father Murchison felt, and saw, that it was quite unnecessary to answer his friend's question. So Gildea, strangely enough, found himself closely acquainted with a man, his opposite in all ways, who pitied him. The fact that he did not mind this, and scarcely ever thought about it, shows perhaps as clearly as anything could the peculiar indifference of his nature. 2. One autumn evening, a year and a half after Father Murchison and the professor had first met, the father called in Hyde Park Place and inquired of the blonde and stony butler, his name was Pitting, whether his master was at home. "Yes, sir," replied Pitting. "Will you please come this way?" He moved noiselessly up the rather narrow stairs, followed by the father, tenderly opened the library door, and in his soft, cold voice, announced, "Father Murchison." Gildea was sitting in an armchair, before a small fire. His thin, long-fingered hands lay outstretched upon his knees, his head was sunk down on his chest. He appeared to be pondering deeply. Pitting very slightly raised his voice. "Father Murchison to see you, sir," he repeated. The professor jumped up rather suddenly and turned sharply round as the father came in. 011, he said. "It's you, is it? Glad to see you. Come to the fire." The father glanced at him and thought him looking unusually fatigued. "You don't look well tonight," the father said. "No. You must be working too hard. That lecture you are going to give in Paris is bothering you?" "Not a bit. It's all arranged. I could deliver it to you at this moment verbatim." "Well, sit down." The father did so, and Gildea sank once more into his chair and stared hard into the fire without another word. He seemed to be thinking profoundly. His friend did not interrupt him, but quietly lit a pipe and began to smoke reflectively. The eyes of Gildea were fixed upon the fire. The father glanced about the room, at the walls of soberly bound books, at the crowded writing table, at the windows, before which hung heavy, dark blue curtains of old brocade, at the cage, which stood between them. A green baize covering was thrown over it. The father wondered why. He had never seen Napoleon, so the parrot was named, covered up at night before. While he was looking at the baize, Gildea suddenly jerked up his head, and, taking his hands from his knees and clasping them, said abruptly, "Do you think I'm an attractive man?" Father Murchison jumped. Such a question coming from such a man astounded him. "Bless me," he ejaculated. "What makes you ask? Do you mean attractive to the opposite sex?" "That's what I don't know," said the professor gloomily, and staring again into the fire. "That's what I don't know." The father grew more astonished. "Don't know," he exclaimed. And he laid down his pipe. "Let's say, do you think I'm attractive, that there's anything about me which might draw a human being, or an animal, irresistibly to me? Whether you desired it or not." "Exactly, or, no, let us say definitely, if I did not desire it." Father Murchison pursed up his rather full, cherubic lips, and little wrinkles appeared about the corners of his blue eyes. "There might be, of course," he said, after a pause. "Human nature is weak, engagingly weak, Gildea. And you're inclined to flout it. I could understand a certain class of lady, the lion hunting, the intellectual lady, seeking you. Your reputation, your great name, Yes, yes," Gildea interrupted, "rather know all that, I know." He twisted his long hands together, bending the palms outwards till his thin, pointed fingers cracked. His forehead was wrinkled in a frown. Imagine he stopped and coughed dryly, almost imagine it would be very disagreeable to be liked, to be run after, that is the usual expression, isn't it, by anything one objected to. And now he half turned in his chair, crossed his legs one over the other, and looked at his guest with an unusual, almost piercing interrogation. "Anything," said the father. Well, anyone. I imagine nothing could be more unpleasant." "To you, no," answered the father. "But, forgive me, Gildea, I cannot conceive you permitting such intrusion. You don't encourage adoration." Gildea nodded his head gloomily. "Don't," he said, "I don't. That's just it. That's the curious part of it, that he broke off deliberately, got up and stretched. "I'll have a pipe, too," he said. He went over to the mantelpiece, got his pipe, filled it and lighted it. As he held the match to the tobacco, bending forward with an inquiring expression, his eyes fell upon the green baize that covered Napoleon's cage. He threw the match into the grate, and puffed at the pipe as he walked from var to the cage. When he reached it he put out his hand, took hold of the baize and began to pull it away. Then suddenly he pushed it back over the cage. "No," he said, as if to himself, "no." He returned rather hastily to the fire and threw himself once more into his armchair. "You're wondering," he said to Father Murchison. "So am I. I don't know at all what to make of it. I'll just tell you the facts and you must tell me what you think of them. The night before last, after a day of hard work, but no harder than usual, I went to the front door to get a breath of air. You know I often do that. Yes, I found you on the doorstep when I first came here. Just so. I didn't put on hat or coat. I just stood on the step as I was. My mind, I remember, was still full of my work. It was rather a dark night, not very dark. The hour was about 11, or a quarter past. I was staring at the park, and presently I found that my eyes were directed towards somebody who was sitting, back to me, on one of the benches. I saw the person, if it was at the railings. If it was a person, said the father. What do you mean by that? Wait a minute. I say that because it was too dark for me to know. I merely saw some blackish object on the bench, rising into view above the level of the back of the seat. I couldn't say it was man, woman or child. But something there was, and I found that I was looking at it. Understand? Gradually, I also found that my thoughts were becoming fixed upon this thing or person. I began to wonder, first, what it was doing there, next, what it was thinking, lastly, what it was like. Some poor creature without a home, I suppose, said the father. Said that to myself. Still, I was taken with an extraordinary interest about this object, so great an interest that I got my hat and crossed the road to go into the park. As you know, there's an entrance almost opposite to my house. Well, Murchison, I crossed the road, passed Dyer of the gate in the railings, went up to the seat, and found that there was nothing on it. Were you looking at it as you walked? Part of the time. But I removed my eyes from it just as I passed through the gate, because there was a row going on a little way off, and I turned for an instant in that direction. When I saw that the seat was vacant, I was seized by a most absurd sensation of disappointment, almost of anger. I stopped and looked about me to see if anything was moving away, but I could see nothing. It was a cold night and misty, and there were few people about. Feeling, as I say, foolishly and unnaturally disappointed, I retraced my steps to this house. When I got here I discovered that during my short absence I had left the hall door open, half open. Rather imprudent in London. Yes. I had no idea, of course, that I had done so, till I got back. However, I was only away 3 minutes or so. Yes. It was not likely that anybody had gone in. Suppose not. Was it? Why do you ask me that, Gil dear? Well. Besides, if anybody had gone in on your return you'd have caught him, surely. Gil dear coughed again. The father, surprised, could not fail to recognize that he was nervous and that his nervousness was affecting him physically. Must have caught cold that night, he said, as if he had read his friend's thought and hastened to contradict it. Then he went on. Entered the hall, or passage, rather. He paused again. His uneasiness was becoming very apparent. And you did catch somebody, said the father. Gil dear cleared his throat. That's just it, he said, now we come to it. I'm not imaginative, as you know. You certainly are not. No, but hardly had I stepped into the passage before I felt certain that somebody had got into the house during my absence. I felt convinced of it, and not only that, I also felt convinced that the intruder was the very person I had dimly seen sitting upon the seat in the park. What do you say to that? Begin to think you are imaginative. It seemed to me that the person, the occupant of the seat, and I, had simultaneously formed the project of interviewing each other, had simultaneously set out to put that project into execution. I became so certain of this that I walked hastily upstairs into this room, expecting to find the visitor awaiting me. But there was no one. I then came down again and went into the dining room. No one. I was actually astonished. Isn't that odd? Very, said the father, quite gravely. The professor's chill and gloomy manner, and uncomfortable, constrained appearance kept away the humour that might well have lurked round the steps of such a discourse. I went upstairs again, he continued, sat down and thought the matter over. I resolved to forget it, and took up a book. I might perhaps have been able to read, but suddenly I thought I noticed, he stopped abruptly. Father Murchison observed that he was staring towards the green baize that covered the parrot's cage. But that's nothing, he said. Enough that I couldn't read. I resolved to explore the house. You know how small it is, how easily one can go all over it. I went all over it. I went into every room without exception. To the servants, who were having supper, I made some excuse. They were surprised at my advent, no doubt. And Pitting? 011, he got up politely when I came in, stood while I was there, but never said a word. I muttered, don't disturb yourselves or something of the sort, and came out. Murchison, I found nobody new in the house, yet I returned to this room entirely convinced that somebody had entered while I was in the park. And gone out again before you came back. No, had stayed, and was still in the house. But, my dear Gildear, began the father, now in great astonishment. Surely, I'll know what you want to say, what I should want to say in your place. Now, do wait. I am also convinced that this visitor has not left the house and is at this moment in it. He spoke with evident sincerity, with extreme gravity. Father Murchison looked him full in the face, and met his quick, keen eyes. No, he said, as if in reply to an uttered question, I'm perfectly sane, I assure you. The whole matter seems almost as incredible to me as it must to you. But, as you know, I never quarrel with facts, however strange. I merely try to examine into them thoroughly. I have already consulted a doctor and been pronounced in perfect bodily health. He paused, as if expecting the father to say something. Go on, Gildear, he said, you haven't finished. No, I felt that night positive that somebody had entered the house, and remained in it, and my conviction grew. I went to bed as usual, and, contrary to my expectation, slept as well as I generally do. Yet directly I woke up yesterday morning I knew that my household had been increased by one. May I in turn look to you for one moment? How did you know it? By my mental sensation. I can only say that I was perfectly conscious of a new presence within my house, close to me. How very strange, said the father. And you feel absolutely certain that you are not overworked? Your brain does not feel tired? Your head is quite clear? Quite. I was never better. When I came down to breakfast that morning I looked sharply into Pitting's face. He was as coldly placid and inexpressive as usual. It was evident to me that his mind was in no way distressed. After breakfast I sat down to work, all the time ceaselessly conscious of the fact of this intruder upon my privacy. Nevertheless, I laboured for several hours, waiting for any development that might occur to clear away the mysterious obscurity of this event. I lunched. About 2:30 I was obliged to go out to attend a lecture. I therefore took my coat and hat, opened my door, and stepped onto the pavement. I was instantly aware that I was no longer intruded upon, and this although I was now in the street, surrounded by people. Consequently, I felt certain that the thing in my house must be thinking of me, perhaps even spying upon me. Wait a moment, interrupted the father. What was your sensation? Was it one of fear? 011, dear, no, I was entirely puzzled, as I am now, and keenly interested, but not in any way alarmed. I delivered my lecture with my usual ease and returned home in the evening. On entering the house again I was perfectly conscious that the intruder was still there. Last night I dined alone and spent the hours after dinner in reading a scientific work in which I was deeply interested. While I read, however, I never for one moment lost the knowledge that some mind, very attentive to me, was within hail of mine. I will say more than this, the sensation constantly increased, and, by the time I got up to go to bed, I had come to a very strange conclusion. What? What was it? That whoever, or whatever, had entered my house during my short absence in the park was more than interested in me. More than interested in you. Was fond, or was becoming fond, of me. 011, exclaimed the father. Now I understand why you asked me just now whether I thought there was anything about you that might draw a human being or an animal irresistibly to you. Precisely. Since I came to this conclusion, Murchison, I will confess that my feeling of strong curiosity has become tinged with another feeling. Of fear. No, of dislike, of irritation. No, not fear, not fear. As Gildea repeated unnecessarily this asseveration, he looked again towards the parrot's cage. What is there to be afraid of in such a matter? He added. I'm not a child to tremble before bogies. In saying the last words he raised his voice sharply, then he walked quickly to the cage, and, with an abrupt movement, pulled the baize covering from it. Napoleon was disclosed, apparently dozing upon his perch with his head held slightly on one side. As the light reached him, he moved, ruffled the feathers about his neck, blinked his eyes, and began slowly to sidle to and fro, thrusting his head forward and drawing it back with an air of complacent, though rather unmeaning, energy. Gildea stood by the cage, looking at him closely, and indeed with an attention that was so intense as to be remarkable, almost unnatural. How absurd these birds are, he said at length, coming back to the fire. You have no more to tell me? Asked the father. No, I am still aware of the presence of something in my house. I am still conscious of its close attention to me. I am still irritated, seriously annoyed, I confess it, by that attention. You say you are aware of the presence of something at this moment. At this moment, yes. Do you mean in this room, with us, now? L should say so, at any rate, quite near us. Again he glanced quickly, almost suspiciously, towards the cage of the parrot. The bird was sitting still on its perch now. Its head was bent down and cocked sideways, and it appeared to be listening attentively to something. That bird will have the intonations of my voice more correctly than ever by tomorrow morning, said the father, watching Gildea closely with his mild blue eyes. And it has always imitated me very cleverly. The professor started slightly. Yes, he said. Yes, no doubt. Well, what do you make of this affair? Nothing at all. It is absolutely inexplicable. I can speak quite frankly to you, I feel sure. Of course. That's why I have told you the whole thing. I think you must be overworked, overstrained, without knowing it. And that the doctor was mistaken when he said I was all right. Yes. Gildea knocked his pipe out against the chimney-piece. It may be so, he said. I will not be so unreasonable as to deny the possibility, although I feel as well as I ever did in my life. What do you advise then? A week of complete rest away from London, in good air. The usual prescription. I'll take it. I'll go tomorrow to Westgate and leave Napoleon to keep house in my absence. For some reason, which he could not explain to himself, the pleasure which Father Murchison felt in hearing the first part of his friend's final remark was lessened, was almost destroyed, by the last sentence. He walked towards the city that night, deep in thought, remembering and carefully considering the first interview he had with Gildea in the latter's house a year and a half before. On the following morning Gildea left London. 3. Father Murchison was so busy a man that he had little time for brooding over the affairs of others. During Gildea's week at the sea, however, the father thought about him a great deal, with much wonder and some dismay. The dismay was soon banished, for the mild-eyed priest was quick to discern weakness in himself, quicker still to drive it forth as a most undesirable inmate of the soul. But the wonder remained. It was destined to a crescendo. Gildea had left London on a Thursday. On a Thursday he returned, having previously sent a note to Father Murchison to mention that he was leaving Westgate at a S9 time. When his train ran into Victoria Station, at 5 o'clock in the evening, he was surprised to see the cloaked figure of his friend standing upon the grey platform behind a line of porters. "What, Murchison," he said. "You here? Have you seceded from your order that you are taking this holiday?" They shook hands. "No," said the father. "It happened that I had to be in this neighbourhood today, visiting a sick person. So I thought I would meet you. And see if I was still a sick person, ill." The professor glanced at him kindly, but with a dry little laugh. "Are you?" replied the father gently, looking at him with interest. "No, I think not. You appear very well." The sea air had, in fact, put some brownish red into Gildea's always thin cheeks. His keen eyes were shining with life and energy, and he walked forward in his loose grey suit and fluttering overcoat with a vigour that was noticeable, carrying easily in his left hand his well-filled Gladstone bag. The father felt completely reassured. "Elle never saw you look better," he said. "Elle never was better. Have you an hour to spare?" "2. Elle good. I'll send my bag up by cab, and we'll walk across the park to my house and have a cup of tea there. What do you say? Elle shall enjoy it." They walked out of the station yard, past the flower girls and newspaper sellers towards Grosvenor Place. "And you have had a pleasant time," the father said. "Pleasant enough, and lonely. I left my companion behind me in the passage at number 100, you know. And you'll not find him there now, I feel sure." "H.M.," ejaculated Gildea. "What a precious weakling you think me, Murchison." As he spoke he strode forward more quickly, as if moved to emphasize his sensation of bodily vigor. "A weakling, no. But anyone who uses his brain as persistently as you do yours must require an occasional holiday. And I required one very badly, ill. You required one, I believe. Well, I've had it. And now we'll see." The evening was closing in rapidly. They crossed the road at Hyde Park Corner, and entered the park, in which were a number of people going home from work, men in corduroy trousers, caked with dried mud, and carrying tin cans slung over their shoulders, and flat panniers, in which lay their tools. Some of the younger ones talked loudly or whistled shrilly as they walked. "Until the evening," murmured Father Murchison to himself. "What?" asked Gildea. "I was only quoting the last words of the text, which seems written upon life, especially upon the life of pleasure. Man goeth forth to his work, and to his labour. All those fellows are not half bad fellows to have in an audience. There were a lot of them at the lecture I gave when I first met you, I remember. One of them tried to heckle me. He had a red beard. Chaps with red beards are always hecklers. I laid him low on that occasion. Well, Murchison, and now we are going to see." "What?" "Whether my companion has departed. Tell me, do you feel any expectation of again thinking something is there? How carefully you choose language." "No, I merely wonder." "You have no apprehension?" "Not a scrap. But I confess to feeling curious." "Then the sea air hasn't taught you to recognize that the whole thing came from overstrain?" "No," said Gildea, very dryly. He walked on in silence for a minute. Then he added, "You thought it would?" "Elle certainly thought it might. Make me realize that I had a sickly, morbid, rotten imagination, hell? Come now, Murchison, why not say frankly that you packed me off to Westgate to get rid of what you considered an acute form of hysteria?" The father was quite unmoved by this attack. "Come now, Gildea," he retorted, What did you expect me to think? I saw no indication of hysteria in you. I never have. One would suppose you the last man likely to have such a malady. But which is more natural, for me to believe in your hysteria or in the truth of such a story as you told me? You have me there. No, I mustn't complain. Well, there's no hysteria about me now, at any rate. And no stranger in your house, I hope. Father Murchison spoke the last words with earnest gravity, dropping the half-bantering tone, which they had both assumed. You take the matter very seriously, I believe, said Gildea, also speaking more gravely. How else can I take it? You wouldn't have me laugh at it when you tell it me seriously. No. If we find my visitor still in the house, I may even call upon you to exorcise it. But first I must do one thing. And that is prove to you, as well as to myself, that it is still there. That might be difficult, said the father, considerably surprised by Gildea's matter-of-fact tone. Don't know. If it has remained in my house, I think I can find a means. And I shall not be at all surprised if it is still there, despite the Westgate air. In saying the last words the professor relapsed into his former tone of dry chaff. The father could not quite make up his mind whether Gildea was feeling unusually grave or unusually gay. As the two men drew near to Hyde Park Place, their conversation died away and they walked forward silently in the gathering darkness. Here we are, said Gildea at last. He thrust his key into the door, opened it and let Father Murchison into the passage, following him closely and banging the door. Here we are, he repeated in a louder voice. The electric light was turned on in anticipation of his arrival. He stood still and looked round. We'll have some tea at once, he said. All, Pitting. The pale butler, who had heard the door bang, moved gently forward from the top of the stairs that led to the kitchen, greeted his master respectfully, took his coat and Father Murchison's cloak, and hung them on 2 pegs against the wall. All's right, Pitting? All's as usual, said Gildea. Quite so, sir. Bring us up some tea to the library. Yes, sir. Pitting retreated. Gildea waited till he had disappeared, then opened the dining room door, put his head into the room and kept it there for a moment, standing perfectly still. Presently he drew back into the passage, shut the door, and said, Let's go upstairs. Father Murchison looked at him inquiringly, but made no remark. They ascended the stairs and came into the library. Gildea glanced rather sharply round. A fire was bumming on the hearth. The blue curtains were drawn. The bright gleam of the strong electric light fell on the long rows of books, on the writing table, very orderly in consequence of Gildea's holiday, and on the uncovered cage of the parrot. Gildea went up to the cage. Napoleon was sitting humped up on his perch with his feathers ruffled. His long toes, which looked as if they were covered with crocodile skin, clung to the bar. His round and blinking eyes were filmy, like old eyes. Gildea stared at the bird very hard, and then clucked with his tongue against his teeth. Napoleon shook himself, lifted one foot, extended his toes, sidled along the perch to the bars nearest to the professor and thrust his head against them. Gildea scratched it with his forefinger 2 or 3 times, still gazing attentively at the parrot. Then he returned to the fire just as Pitting entered with the tea tray. Father Murchison was already sitting in an armchair on one side of the fire. Gildea took another chair and began to pour out tea, as Pitting left the room, closing the door gently behind him. The father sipped his tea, found it hot and set the cup down on a little table at his side. You're fond of that parrot, aren't you? He asked his friend. Not particularly. It's interesting to study sometimes. The parrot mind and nature are peculiar. How long have you had him? About 4 years. I nearly got rid of him just before I made your acquaintance. I'm very glad now I kept him. Are you? Why is that? Elle shall probably tell you in a day or two. The father took his cup again. He did not press Gildear for an immediate explanation, but when they had both finished their tea he said, "Well, has the sea air had the desired effect?" "No," said Gildear. The father brushed some crumbs from the front of his cassock and sat up higher in his chair. "Your visitor is still here?" he asked, and his blue eyes became almost ungentle and piercing as he gazed at his friend. "Yes," answered Gildear, calmly. "How do you know it? When did you know it? When you looked into the dining room just now?" "No. Not until I came into this room. It welcomed me here." "Welcomed you? In what way?" "Simply by being here, by making me feel that it is here, as I might feel that a man was if I came into the room when it was dark." He spoke quietly, with perfect composure in his usual dry manner. "Very well," the father said, "Elle shall not try to contend against your sensation, or to explain it away. Naturally, I am in amazement. So am I. Never has anything in my life surprised me so much. Murchison, of course I cannot expect you to believe more than that. I honestly suppose, imagine, if you like, that there is some intruder here, of what kind I am totally unaware. I cannot expect you to believe that there really is anything. If you were in my place, I in yours, I should certainly consider you the victim of some nervous delusion. I could not do otherwise. But, wait. Don't condemn me as a hysteria patient, or as a madman, for 2 or 3 days. I feel convinced that, unless I am indeed unwell, a mental invalid, which I don't think is possible, I shall be able very shortly to give you some proof that there is a newcomer in my house." "You don't tell me what kind of proof?" "Not yet. Things must go a little farther first. But, perhaps even tomorrow I may be able to explain myself more fully. In the meanwhile, I'll say this, that if, eventually, I can't bring any kind of proof that I'm not dreaming, I'll let you take me to any doctor you like, and I'll resolutely TW to adopt your present view, that I'm suffering from an absurd delusion." "That is your view, of course." Father Murchison was silent for a moment. Then he said, rather doubtfully, "It ought to be." "But isn't it?" asked Gildear, surprised. "Well, you know, your manner is enormously convincing. Still, of course, I doubt. How can I do otherwise? The whole thing must be fancy." The father spoke as if he were trying to recoil from a mental position he was being forced to take up. "It must be fancy," he repeated. "I'll convince you by more than my manner, or I'll not try to convince you at all," said Gildear. When they parted that evening, he said, "I'll write to you in a day or 2 probably. I think the proof I'm going to give you has been accumulating during my absence. But I shall soon know." Father Murchison was extremely puzzled as he sat on the top of the omnibus going homeward. For in 2 days' time he received a note from Gildear asking him to call, if possible, the same evening. This he was unable to do as he had an engagement to fulfill at some East End gathering. The following day was Sunday. He wrote saying he would come on the Monday, and got a wire shortly afterwards, "Yes, Monday come to dinner 7:30 Gildear." At 7:30 he stood on the doorstep of number 100. Pitting let him in. "Is the professor quite well, Pitting?" the father inquired as he took off his cloak. "Elle believes so, sir. He has not made any complaint," the butler formally replied. "Will you come upstairs, sir?" Gildear met them at the door of the library. He was very pale and sombre, and shook hands carelessly with his friend. "Give us dinner," he said to Pitting. As the butler retired, Gildear shut the door rather cautiously. Father Murchison had never before seen him look so disturbed. "You're worried, Gildear," the father said. "Seriously worried?" "Yes, I am. This business is beginning to tell on me a good deal." "Your belief in the presence of something here continues then?" Oh, dear, yes. There's no sort of doubt about the matter. The night I went across the road into the park something got into the house, though what the devil it is I can't yet find out. But now, before we go down to dinner, I'll just tell you something about that proof I promised you. You remember? Naturally. Can't you imagine what it might be? Father Murchison moved his head to express a negative reply. Look about the room, said Gildear. What do you see? The father glanced round the room, slowly and carefully. Nothing unusual. You do not mean to tell me there is any appearance of 011, no, there's no conventional, white-robed, cloud-like figure. Bless my soul, no. I haven't fallen so low as that. He spoke with considerable irritation. Look again. Father Murchison looked at him, turned in the direction of his fixed eyes and saw the grey parrot clambering in its cage, slowly and persistently. What? He said, quickly. Will the proof come from there? The professor nodded. I'll believe so, he said. Now let's go down to dinner. I want some food badly. Tea. They descended to the dining room. While they ate and Pitting waited upon them, the professor talked about birds, their habits, their curiosities, their fears and their powers of imitation. He had evidently studied this subject with the thoroughness that was characteristic of him in all that he did. Parrots, he said presently, are extraordinarily observant. It is a pity that their means of reproducing what they see are so limited. If it were not so, I have little doubt that their echo of gesture would be as remarkable as their echo of voice often is. But hands are missing. Yes. They do many things with their heads, however. I once knew an old woman near Goring on the Thames. She was afflicted with the palsy. She held her head perpetually sideways and it trembled, moving from right to left. Her sailor son brought her home a parrot from one of his voyages. It used to reproduce the old woman's palsied movement off head exactly. Those grey parrots are always on the watch. Gildear said the last sentence slowly and deliberately, glancing sharply over his wine at Father Murchison, and, when he had spoken it, a sudden light of comprehension dawned in the priest's mind. He opened his lips to make a swift remark. Gildear turned his bright eyes towards Pitting, who at the moment was tenderly bearing a cheese meringue from the lift that connected the dining room with the lower regions. The father closed his lips again. But presently, when the butler had placed some apples on the table, had meticulously arranged the decanters, brushed away the crumbs and evaporated, he said, quickly, I'll begin to understand. You think Napoleon is aware of the intendant? I'll know it. He has been watching my visitant ever since the night of that visitant's arrival. Another flash of light came to the priest. That was why you covered him with green baize one evening? Exactly. An act of cowardice. His behavior was beginning to grate upon my nerves. Gildear pursed up his thin lips and drew his brows down, giving to his face a look of sudden pain. But now I intend to follow his investigations, he added, straightening his features. The week I wasted at Westgate was not wasted by him in London, I can assure you. Have an apple? No, thank you, no, thank you. The father repeated the words without knowing that he did so. Gildear pushed away his glass. Let us come upstairs, then. No, thank you, reiterated the father. What am I saying? Exclaimed the father, getting up. Was thinking over this extraordinary affair. Ah, you're beginning to forget the hysteria theory. They walked out into the passage. Well, you are so very practical about the whole matter. Why not? Here's something very strange and abnormal come into my life. What should I do but investigate it closely and calmly? What, indeed? The father began to feel rather bewildered, under a sort of compulsion which seemed laid upon him to give earnest attention to a matter that ought to strike him, so he felt, as entirely absurd. When they came into the library, his eyes immediately turned, with profound curiosity, towards the parrot's cage. A slight smile curled the professor's lips. He recognized the effect he was producing upon his friend. The father saw the smile. 011, I'm not won over yet, he said in answer to it. No. Perhaps you may be before the evening is over. Here comes the coffee. After we have drunk it, we'll proceed to our experiment. Leave the coffee, Pitting, and don't disturb us again. No, sir. Won't have it black tonight, said the father. Plenty of milk, please. I don't want my nerves played upon. Suppose we don't take coffee at all, said Gildear. If we do, you may trot out the theory that we are not in a perfectly normal condition. I know you, Murchison, devout priest and devout skeptic. The father laughed and pushed away his cup. Very well, then. No coffee. One cigarette, and then to business. The grey-blue smoke curled up. What are we going to do? Said the father. He was sitting bolt upright as if ready for action. Indeed, there was no suggestion of repose in the attitudes of either of the men. Hide ourselves, and watch Napoleon. By the way, that reminds me. He got up, went to a corner of the room, picked up a piece of green baize and threw it over the cage. I'll pull that off when we are hidden. And tell me first if you have had any manifestation of this supposed presence during the last few days. Merely an increasingly intense sensation of something here, perpetually watching me, perpetually attending to all my doings? Do you feel that it follows you about? Not always. It was in this room when you arrived. It is here now, I feel. But, in going down to dinner, we seemed to get away from it. The conclusion is that it remained here. Don't let us talk about it just now. They spoke of other things till their cigarettes were finished. Then, as they threw away the smouldering ends, Gildear said, Now, Murchison, for the sake of this experiment, I suggest that we should conceal ourselves behind the curtains on either side of the cage, so that the bird's attention may not be drawn towards us and so distracted from that which we want to know more about. I will pull away the green baize when we are hidden. Keep perfectly still, watch the bird's proceedings, and tell me afterwards how you feel about them, how you explain them. Tread softly. The father obeyed, and they stole towards the curtains that fell before the two windows. The father concealed himself behind those on the left of the cage, the professor behind those on the right. The latter, as soon as they were hidden, stretched out his hand, drew the baize down from the cage, and let it fall on the floor. The parrot, which had evidently fallen asleep in the warm darkness, moved on its perch as the light shone upon it, muffled the feathers round its throat, and lifted first one foot and then the other. It turned its head round on its supple, and apparently elastic, neck, and, diving its beak into the down upon its back, made some searching investigations with, as it seemed, a satisfactory result, for it soon lifted its head again, glanced around its cage, and began to address itself to a nut which had been fixed between the bars for its refreshment. With its curved beak it felt and tapped the nut, at first gently, then with severity. Finally it plucked the nut from the bars, seized it with its rough, grey toes, and, holding it down firmly on the perch, cracked it and pecked out its contents, scattering some on the floor of the cage and letting the fractured shell fall into the china bath that was fixed against the bars. This accomplished, the bird paused meditatively, extended one leg backwards, and went through an elaborate process of wing stretching that made it look as if it were lopsided and deformed. With its head reversed, it again applied itself to a subtle and exhaustive search among the feathers of its wing. This time its investigation seemed interminable, and Father Murchison had time to realize the absurdity of the whole position, and to wonder why he had lent himself to it. Yet he did not find his sense of humor laughing at it. On the contrary, he was smitten by a sudden gust of horror. When he was talking to his friend and watching him, the professor's manner, generally so calm, even so prosaic, vouched for the TNRTH of his stow and the well-adjusted balance of his mind. But when he was hidden this was not so. And Father Murchison, standing behind his curtain, with his eyes upon the unconcerned Napoleon, began to whisper to himself the word, madness, with a quickening sensation of pity and of dread. The parrot sharply contracted one wing, ruffled the feathers around its throat again, then extended its other leg backwards, and proceeded to the cleaning of its other wing. In the still room the dry sound of the feathers being spread was distinctly audible. Father Murchison saw the blue curtains behind which Gildear stood tremble slightly, as if a breath of wind had come through the window they shrouded. The clock in the far room chimed, and a coal dropped into the grate, making a noise like dead leaves stirring abruptly on hard ground. And again a gust of pity and of dread swept over the father. It seemed to him that he had behaved foolishly, if not wrongly, in encouraging what must surely be the strange dementia of his friend. He ought to have declined to lend himself to a proceeding that, ludicrous, even childish in itself, might well be dangerous in the encouragement it gave to a diseased expectation. Napoleon's protruding leg, extended wing and twisted neck, his busy and unconscious devotion to the arrangement of his person, his evident sensation of complete loneliness, most comfortable solitude, brought home with vehemence to the father the undignified buffoonery of his conduct, the more piteous buffoon one why of his friend. He seized the curtains with his hands and was about to thmst them aside and issue forth when an abrupt movement of the parrot stopped him. The bird, as if sharply attracted by something, paused in its pecking, and, with its head still bent backward and twisted sideways on its neck, seemed to listen intently. Its round eye looked glistening and strained like the eye of a disturbed pigeon. Contracting its wing, it lifted its head and sat for a moment erect on its perch, shifting its feet mechanically up and down, as if a dawning excitement produced in it an uncontrollable desire of movement. Then it thmst its head forward in the direction of the further room and remained perfectly still. Its attitude so strongly suggested the concentration of its attention on something immediately before it that Father Murchison instinctively stared about the room, half expecting to see Pitting advance softly, having entered through the hidden door. He did not come, and there was no sound in the chamber. Nevertheless, the parrot was obviously getting excited and increasingly attentive. It bent its head lower and lower, stretching out its neck until, almost falling from the perch, it half extended its wings, raising them slightly from its back, as if about to take flight, and fluttering them rapidly up and down. It continued this fluttering movement for what seemed to the father an immense time. At length, raising its wings as far as possible, it dropped them slowly and deliberately down to its back, caught hold of the edge of its bath with its beak, hoisted itself onto the floor of cage, waddled to the bars, thrust its head against them, and stood quite still in the exact attitude it always assumed when its head was being scratched by the professor. So complete was the suggestion of this delight conveyed by the bird that Father Murchison felt as if he saw a white finger gently pushed among the soft feathers of its head, and he was seized by a most strong conviction that something, unseen by him but seen and welcomed by Napoleon, stood immediately before the cage. The parrot presently withdrew its head, as if the coaxing finger had been lifted from it, and its pronounced air of acute physical enjoyment faded into one of marked attention and alert curiosity. Pulling itself up by the bars, it climbed again upon its perch, sidled to the left side of the cage, and began apparently to watch something with profound interest. It bowed its head oddly, paused for a moment, then bowed its head again. Father Murchison found himself conceiving, from this elaborate movement of the head, a distinct idea of a personality. The bird's proceedings suggested extreme sentimentality combined with that sort of weak determination which is often the most persistent. Such weak determination is a very common attribute of persons who are partially idiotic. Father Murchison was moved to think of these poor creatures who will often, so strangely and unreasonably, attach themselves with persistence to those who love them least. Like many priests, he had had some experience of them, for the amorous idiot is peculiarly sensitive to the attraction of preachers. This bowing movement of the parrot recalled to his memory a tenable, pale woman who for a time haunted all churches in which he ministered, who was perpetually endeavouring to catch his eye, and who always bent her head with an obsequious and cunningly conscious smile when she did so. The parrot went on bowing, making a short pause between each genuflection, as if it waited for a signal to be given that called into play its imitative faculty. "Yes, yes, it's imitating an idiot," Father Murchison caught himself saying as he watched. And he looked again about the room, but saw nothing, except the furniture, the dancing fire, and the serried ranks of the books. Presently the parrot ceased from bowing, and assumed the concentrated and stretched attitude of one listening very keenly. He opened his beak, showing his black tongue, shut it, then opened it again. The father thought he was going to speak, but he remained silent, although it was obvious that he was trying to bring out something. He bowed again 2 or 3 times, paused, and then, again opening his beak, made some remark. The father could not distinguish any words, but the voice was sickly and disagreeable, a cooing and, at the same time, querulous voice, like a woman's, he thought. And he put his ear nearer to the curtain, listening with almost feverish attention. The bowing was resumed, but this time Napoleon added to it a sidling movement, affectionate and affected, like the movement of a silly and eager thing, nestling up to someone, or giving someone a gentle and furtive nudge. Again the father thought of that terrible, pale woman who had haunted churches. Several times he had come upon her waiting for him after evening services. Once she had hung her head smiling, had lolled out her tongue and pushed against him sideways in the dark. He remembered how his flesh had snlnk from the poor thing, the sick loathing of her that he could not banish by remembering that her mind was all astray. The parrot paused, listened, opened his beak, and again said something in the same dove-like, amorous voice, full of sickly suggestion and yet hard, even dangerous, in its intonation. A loathsome voice, the father thought it. But this time, although he heard the voice more distinctly than before, he could not make up his mind whether it was like a woman's voice or a man's, or perhaps a child's. It seemed to be a human voice, and yet oddly sexless. In order to resolve his doubt he withdrew into the darkness of the curtains, ceased to watch Napoleon and simply listened with keen attention, striving to forget that he was listening to a bird, and to imagine that he was overhearing a human being in conversation. After 2 or 3 minutes' silence the voice spoke again, and at some length, apparently repeating several times an affectionate series of ejaculations with a cooing emphasis that was unutterably mawkish and offensive. The sickliness of the voice, its falling intonations and its strange indelicacy, combined with a die-away softness and meretricious refinement, made the father's flesh creep. Yet he could not distinguish any words, nor could he decide on the voice's sex or age. One thing alone he was certain of as he stood still in the such a sound could only proceed from something peculiarly loathsome, could only express a personality unendurably abominable to him, if not to everybody. The voice presently failed, in a sort of husky gasp, and there was a prolonged silence. It was broken by the professor, who suddenly pulled away the curtains that hid the father and said to him, "Come out now, and look." The father came into the light, blinking, glanced towards the cage, and saw Napoleon poised motionless on one foot with his head under his wing. He appeared to be asleep. The professor was pale, and his mobile lips were drawn into an expression of supreme disgust. "If off," he said. He walked to the windows of the further room, pulled aside the curtains and pushed the glass up, letting in the air. The bare trees were visible in the grey gloom outside. Gildear leaned out for a minute, drawing the night air into his lungs. Presently he turned round to the father, and exclaimed abruptly, "Pestilent! Isn't it?" "Yes, most pestilent." "Ever hear anything like it?" "Not exactly." "Nor ill." "It gives me nausea, Murchison, absolute physical nausea." He closed the window and walked uneasily about the room. "What do you make of it?" he asked, over his shoulder. "How do you mean exactly?" Is it man's, woman's, or child's voice? Can't tell, I can't make up my mind. Nor one. Have you heard it often? Yes, since I returned from Westgate. There are never any words that I can distinguish. What a voice! He spat into the fire. Forgive me, he said, throwing himself down in a chair. It turns my stomach, literally. And mine, said the father, TNLLY. The worst of it is, continued Gildear, with a high, nervous accent, that there's no brain with it, none at all, only the cunning of idiocy. The father started at this exact expression of his own conviction by another. Why'd you start like that? Asked Gildear, with a quick suspicion which showed the unnatural condition of his nerves. Well, the very same idea had occurred to me. What? That I was listening to the voice of something idiotic. All. That's the devil of it, you know, to a man like me. I could fight against brain, but this. He sprang up again, poked the fire violently, then stood on the hearthrug with his back to it, and his hands thrust into the high pockets of his trousers. That's the voice of the thing that's got into my house, he said. Pleasant, isn't it? And now there was really 1101 tor in his eyes, and in his voice. Must get it out, he exclaimed. Must get it out. But how? He tugged at his short black beard with a quivering hand. How? He continued. For what is it? Where is it? You feel it's here, now. Undoubtedly. But I couldn't tell you in what part of the room. He stared about, glancing rapidly at everything. Then you consider yourself haunted, said Father Murchison. He, too, was much moved and disturbed, although he was not conscious of the presence of anything near them in the room. I have never believed in any nonsense of that kind, as you know, Gildear answered. Simply state a fact which I cannot understand, and which is beginning to be very painful to me. There is something here. But whereas most so-called hauntings have been described to me as inimical, what I am conscious of is that I am admired, loved, desired. This is distinctly horrible to me, Murchison, distinctly horrible. Father Murchison suddenly remembered the first evening he had spent with Gildear, and the latter's expression almost of disgust, at the idea of receiving warm affection from anyone. In the light of that long-ago conversation, the present event seemed supremely strange, and almost like a punishment for an offence committed by the professor against humanity. But, looking up at his friend's twitching face, the father resolved not to be caught in the net of his hideous belief. There can be nothing here, he said. It's impossible. What does that bird imitate, then? The voice of someone who has been here. Within the last week, then? For it never spoke like that before, and mind, I noticed that it was watching and striving to imitate something before I went away, since the night that I went into the park, only since then. Somebody with a voice like that must have been here while you were away, Father Murchison repeated, with a gentle obstinacy. I'll soon find out. Gildear pressed the bell. Pitting stole in almost immediately. Pitting, said the professor, speaking in a high, sharp voice, did anyone come into this room during my absence at the sea? Certainly not, sir, except the maids, and me, sir. Not a soul? You are certain? Perfectly certain, sir. The cold voice of the butler sounded surprised, almost resentful. The professor flung out his hand towards the cage. Has the bird been here the whole time? Yes, sir. He was not moved, taken elsewhere, even for a moment. Pitting's pale face began to look almost expressive, and his lips were pursed. Certainly not, sir. Thank you. That will. The butler retired, moving with a sort of ostentatious rectitude. When he had reached the door, and was just going out, his master called, Wait a minute, Pitting. The butler paused. Gildear bit his lips, tugged at his beard uneasily 2 or 3 times, and then said, "Have you noticed, the parrot talking lately in a very peculiar, very disagreeable voice?" "Yes, sir, a soft voice like, sir." "Ha! Since when?" "Since you went away, sir." "He's always at it." "Exactly." "Well, and what did you think of, beg pardon, sir? What do you think about his talking in this voice?" "Oh, that it's only his play, sir." "I see. That's all, Pitting." The butler disappeared and closed the door noiselessly behind him. Gildear turned his eyes on his friend. "There, you see," he ejaculated. "It's certainly very odd," said the father. "Very odd indeed. You are certain you have no maid who talks at all like that?" "My dear Murchison, would you keep a servant with such a voice about you for 2 days? My housemaid has been with me for 5 years, my cook for 7. You've heard Pitting speak. The 3 of them make up my entire household. A parrot never speaks in a voice it has not heard. Where has it heard that voice? But we hear nothing. No. Nor do we see anything. But it does. It feels something too. Didn't you observe it presenting its head to be scratched? Certainly it seemed to be doing so. It was doing so." Father Murchison said nothing. He was full of increasing discomfort that almost amounted to apprehension. "Are you convinced?" said Gildear, rather irritably. "No. The whole matter is very strange. But till I hear, see, or feel, as you do, the presence of something, I cannot believe." "You mean that you will not?" "Perhaps. Well, it is time I went." Gildear did not try to detain him, but said, as he let him out, "Do me a favor, come again tomorrow night." The father had an engagement. He hesitated, looked into the professor's face and said, "Will. At 9 I'll be with you. Good night." When he was on the pavement he felt relieved. He turned round, saw Gildear stepping into his passage, and shivered. Father Murchison walked all the way home to Bird Street that night. He required exercise after the strange and disagreeable evening he had spent, an evening upon which he looked back already as a man looks back upon a nightmare. In his ears, as he walked, sounded the gentle and intolerable voice. Even the memory of it caused him physical discomfort. He tried to put it from him, and to consider the whole matter calmly. The professor had offered his proof that there was some strange presence in his house. Could any reasonable man accept such proof? Father Murchison told himself that no reasonable man could accept it. The parrot's proceedings were, no doubt, extraordinary. The bird had succeeded in producing an extraordinary illusion of an invisible presence in the room. But that there really was such a presence the father insisted on denying to himself. The devoutly religious, those who believe implicitly in the miracles recorded in the Bible, and who regulate their lives by the messages they suppose themselves to receive directly from the great ruler of a hidden world, are seldom inclined to accept any notion of supernatural intention into the affairs of daily life. They put it from them with anxious determination. They regard it fixedly as hocus-pocus, childish if not wicked. Father Murchison inclined to the normal view of the devoted churchman. He was determined to incline to it. He could not, so he now told himself, accept the idea that his friend was being supernaturally punished for his lack of humanity, his deficiency in affection, by being obliged to endure the love of some horrible thing, which could not be seen, heard, or handled. Nevertheless, retribution did certainly seem to wait upon Gildear's condition. That which he had unnaturally dreaded and shrunk from in his thought he seemed to be now forced unnaturally to suffer. The father prayed for his friend that night before the little, humble altar in the barely furnished, cell-like chamber where he slept. On the following evening, when he called in Hyde Park Place, The door was opened by the housemaid, and Father Murchison mounted the stairs, wondering what had become of Pitting. He was met at the library door by Gildea and was painfully struck by the alteration in his appearance. His face was ashen in hue, and there were lines beneath his eyes. The eyes themselves looked excited and horribly forlorn. His hair and dress were disordered and his lips twitched continually, as if he were shaken by some acute nervous apprehension. "What has become of Pitting?" asked the father, grasping Gildea's hot and feverish hand. "He has left my service." "Left your service?" exclaimed the father in utter amazement. "Yes, this afternoon." "May one ask why?" "I'm going to tell you. It's all part and parcel of this most odious business. You remember once discussing the relations men ought to have with their servants?" "All," cried the father, with a flash of inspiration. "The crisis has occurred." "Exactly," said the professor, with a bitter smile. "The crisis has occurred. I called upon Pitting to be a man and a brother. He responded by declining the invitation. I upbraided him. He gave me warning. I paid him his wages and told him he could go at once. And he has gone." "What are you looking at me like that for?" "Didn't know," said Father Murchison, hastily dropping his eyes, and looking away. "Why," he added, "Napoleon is gone too. I sold him today to one of those shops in Shaftesbury Avenue." "Why?" "He sickened me with his abominable imitation of his intercourse with, well, you know what he was at last night. Besides, I have no further need of his proof to tell me I am not dreaming. And, being convinced as I now am, that all I have thought to have happened has actually happened, I care very little about convincing others. Forgive me for saying so, Murchison, but I am now certain that my anxiety to make you believe in the presence of something here really arose from some faint doubt on that subject, within myself. All doubt has now vanished. Tell me why, Elwell." Both men were standing by the fire. They continued to stand while Gildea went on, "Last night I felt it." "What?" cried the father. "I'll say that last night, as I was going upstairs to bed, I felt something accompanying me and nestling up against me." "How horrible!" exclaimed the father, involuntarily. Gildea smiled drearily. "Il will not deny the honour of it." "I cannot, since I was compelled to call on Pitting for assistance." "But, tell me, what was it, at least what did it seem to be?" "It seemed to be a human being." "It seemed, I say, and what I mean exactly is that the effect upon me was rather that of human contact than of anything else. But I could see nothing, hear nothing. Only, 3 times, I felt this gentle, but determined, push against me, as if to coax me and to attract my attention. The first time it happened I was on the landing outside this room, with my foot on the first stair. I will confess to you, Murchison, that I bounded upstairs like one pursued. That is the shameful truth. Just as I was about to enter my bedroom, however, I felt the thing entering with me, and, as I have said, squeezing, with loathsome, sickening tenderness, against my side. Then, he paused, turned towards the fire and leaned his head on his arm. The father was greatly moved by the strange helplessness and despair of the attitude. He laid his hand affectionately on Gildea's shoulder. Then, Gildea lifted his head. He looked painfully abashed. Then, Murchison, I am ashamed to say I broke down, suddenly, unaccountably, in a way I should have thought wholly impossible to me. I struck out with my hands to thrust the thing away. It pressed more closely to me. The pressure, the contact became unbearable to me. I shouted out for Pitting. I believe I must have cried, help. He came, of course. Yes, with his usual soft, unemotional quiet. His calm, its opposition to my excitement of disgust and honour, must, I suppose, have imitated me. I was not myself, no, no. He stopped abruptly. Then, but I need hardly tell you that, he added, with most piteous irony. And what did you say to Pitting? Elle said that he should have been quicker. He begged my pardon. His cold voice really maddened me, and I burst out into some foolish, contemptible diatribe, called him a machine, taunted him, then, as I felt that loathsome thing nestling once more to me, begged him to assist me, to stay with me, not to leave me alone, I meant in the company of my tormentor. Whether he was frightened, or whether he was angry at my unjust and violent manner and speech a moment before, I don't know. In any case he answered that he was engaged as a butler, and not to sit up all night with people. I suspect he thought I had taken too much to drink. No doubt that was it. I believe I swore at him as a coward. This morning he said he wished to leave my service. I gave him a month's wages, a good character as a butler, and sent him off at once. But the night? How did you pass it? Elle sat up all night. Where? In your bedroom? Yes, with the door open, to let it go. You felt that it stayed. It never left me for a moment, but it did not touch me again. When it was light I took a bath, lay down for a little while, but did not close my eyes. After breakfast I had the explanation with Pitting and paid him. Then I came up here. My nerves were in a view-shattered condition. Well, I sat down, tried to write, to think. But the silence was broken in the most abominable manner. How? By the murmur of that appalling voice, that voice of a love-sick idiot, sickly but determined. Ah! He shuddered in every limb. Then he pulled himself together, assumed, with a self-conscious effort, his most determined, most aggressive, manner, and added, couldn't stand that. I had come to the end of my tether, so I sprang up, ordered a cab to be called, seized the cage and drove with it to a bird shop in Shaftesbury Avenue. There I sold the parrot for a trifle. I think, Murchison, that I must have been nearly mad then, for, as I came out of the wretched shop, and stood for an instant on the pavement among the cages of rabbits, guinea pigs, and puppy dogs, I laughed aloud. I felt as if a load was lifted from my shoulders, as if in selling that voice I had sold the cursed thing that torments me. But when I got back to the house it was here. It's here now. I suppose it will always be here. He shuffled his feet on the rug in front of the fire. What on earth am I to do? He said. I'm ashamed of myself, Murchison, but I suppose there are things in the world that snine men simply can't endure. Well, I can't endure this, and there's an end of the matter. He ceased. The father was silent. In presence of this extraordinary distress he did not know what to say. He recognized the uselessness of attempting to comfort Gildea, and he sat with his eyes turned, almost moodily, to the ground. And while he sat there he tried to give himself to the influences within the room, to feel all that was within it. He even, half unconsciously, tried to force his imagination to play tricks with him. But he remained totally unaware of any third person with them. At length he said, Gildea, I cannot pretend to doubt the reality of your misery here. You must go away, and at once. When is your Paris lecture? Next week. In 9 days from now. Go to Paris tomorrow then. You say you have never had any consciousness that this thing pursued you beyond your own front door. Never, hitherto. Go tomorrow morning. Stay away till after your lecture. And then let us see if the affair is at an end. Hope, my dear friend, hope. He had stood up. Now he clasped the professor's hand. See all your friends in Paris. Seek distractions. I would ask you also to seek other help. He said the last words with a gentle, earnest gravity and simplicity that touched Gildea, who returned his hand clasp almost warmly. I'll go, he said. I'll catch the 10 o'clock train, and tonight I'll sleep at an hotel, at the Grosvenor, that's close to the station. It will be more convenient for the train." As Father Murchison went home that night he kept thinking of that sentence, "It will be more convenient for the train." The weakness in Gildea that had prompted its utterance appalled him. 6. No letter came to Father Murchison from the professor during the next few days, and this silence reassured him, for it seemed to betoken that all was well. The day of the lecture dawned, and passed. On the following morning, the father eagerly opened the Times, and scanned its pages to see if there were any report of the great meeting of scientific men which Gildea had addressed. He glanced up and down the columns with anxious eyes, then suddenly his hands stiffened as they held the sheets. He had come upon the following paragraph: "We regret to announce that Professor Frederick Gildea was suddenly seized with severe illness yesterday evening while addressing a scientific meeting in Paris. It was observed that he looked very pale and nervous when he rose to his feet. Nevertheless, he spoke in French fluently for about a quarter of an hour. Then he appeared to become uneasy. He faltered and glanced about like a man apprehensive, or in severe distress. He even stopped once or twice, and seemed unable to go on, to remember what he wished to say. But, pulling himself together with an obvious effort, he continued to address the audience. Suddenly, however, he paused again, edged furtively along the platform, as if pursued by something which he feared, struck out with his hands, uttered a loud, harsh cry and fainted. The sensation in the hall was indescribable. People rose from their seats. Women screamed, and, for a moment, there was a veritable panic. It is feared that the professor's mind must have temporarily given way owing to overwork. We understand that he will return to England as soon as possible, and we sincerely hope that necessary rest and quiet will soon have the desired effect, and that he will be completely restored to health and enabled to prosecute further the investigations which have already so benefited the world." The father dropped the paper, hurried out into Bird Street, sent a wire of inquiry to Paris, and received the same day the following reply: "Returning tomorrow. Please call evening. Gildea." On that evening the father called in Hyde Park Place, was at once admitted, and found Gildea sitting by the fire in the library, ghastly pale, with a heavy rug over his knees. He looked like a man emaciated by a long and severe illness, and in his wide open eyes there was an expression of fixed horror. The father started at the sight of him, and could scarcely refrain from crying out. He was beginning to express his sympathy when Gildea stopped him with a trembling gesture. "I know all that," Gildea said, "I know. This Paris affair," he faltered and stopped. "You ought never to have gone," said the father. "I was wrong. I ought not to have advised your going." "You were not fit." "Was perfectly fit," he answered, with the irritability of sickness. "But I was accompanied by that abominable thing." He glanced hastily round him, shifted his chair and pulled the rug higher over his knees. The father wondered why he was thus wrapped up. For the fire was bright and red and the night was not very cold. "Was accompanied to Paris," he continued, pressing his upper teeth upon his lower lip. He paused again, obviously striving to control himself. But the effort was vain. There was no resistance in the man. He writhed in his chair and suddenly burst forth in a tone of hopeless lamentation. "Murchison, this thing, whatever it is, no longer leaves me even for a moment. It will not stay here unless I am here, for it loves me, persistently, idiotically. It accompanied me to Paris, stayed with me there, pursued me to the lecture hall, pressed against me, caressed me while I was speaking. It has returned with me here. It is here now," he uttered sharp, "as I sit here with you. It is nestling up to me, fawning upon me, touching my hands. Man, can't you feel that it is here?" "No," the father answered tnlly. "Try to protect myself from its loathsome contact," Gildea continued, with fierce excitement, clutching the thick rug with both hands. "But nothing is of any avail against it. Nothing. What is it? What can it be? Why should it have come to me that night? Perhaps as a punishment, said the father, with a quick softness. For what? You hated affection. You put human feelings aside with contempt. You desired to have, no love for anyone. Nor did you desire to receive any love from anything. Perhaps this is a punishment. Gildear stared into his face. Do you believe that? He cried. Don't know, said the father. But it may be so. Try to endure it, even to welcome it. Possibly then the persecution will cease. No, it means me no harm, Gildear exclaimed, it seeks me out of affection. It was led to me by some amazing attraction which I exercise over it ignorantly. I know that. But to a man of my nature that is the ghastly part of the matter. If it would hate me, I could bear it. If it would attack me, if it would to do me some dreadful harm, I should become a man again. I should be braced to fight against it. But this gentleness, this abominable solicitude, this brainless worship of an idiot, persistent, sickly, horribly physical, I cannot endure. What does it want of me? What would it demand of me? It nestles to me. It leans against me. I feel its touch, like the touch of a feather, trembling about my heart, as if it sought to number my pulsations, to find out the inmost secrets of my impulses and desires. No privacy is left to me. He sprang up excitedly. Cannot withdraw, he cried, I cannot be alone, untouched, unworshipped, unwatched for even 1/2 second. Murchison, I am dying of this, I am dying. He sank down again in his chair, staring apprehensively on all sides, with the passion of some blind man, deluded in the belief that by his furious and continued effort he will attain sight. The father knew well that he sought to pierce the veil of the invisible, and have knowledge of the thing that loved Gildear. The father said, with insistent earnestness, try to endure this, do more, try to give this thing what it seeks. But it seeks my love. Learn to give it your love and it may go, having received what it came for. Teacher. You talk as a priest. Suffer your persecutors. Do good to them that despitefully use you. You talk as a priest. As a friend I spoke naturally, indeed, right out of my heart. The idea suddenly came to me that all this, truth or seeming, it doesn't matter. Which, may be some strange form of lesson. I have had lessons, painful ones. I shall have many more. If you could welcome, can't. I can't. Gildear cried fiercely. Hatred. I can give it that, always that, nothing but that, hatred, hatred. He raised his voice, glared into the emptiness of the room, and repeated, hatred. As he spoke the waxen pallor of his cheeks increased, until he looked like a corpse with living eyes. The father feared that he was going to collapse and faint, but suddenly he raised himself upon his chair and said, in a high and keen voice, full of suppressed excitement, Murchison, Murchison. Yes. What is it? An amazing ecstasy shone in Gildear's eyes. It wants to leave me, he cried. It wants to go. Don't lose a moment. Let it out. The window, the window. The father, wondering, went to the near window, drew aside the curtains and pushed it open. The branches of the trees in the garden creaked dryly in the light wind. Gildear leaned forward on the arms of his chair. There was silence for a moment. Then Gildear, speaking in a rapid whisper, said, No, no. Open this door, open the hall door. I feel that it will return the way it came. Make haste, go. The father obeyed, to soothe him, hurried to the door and opened it wide. Then he glanced back at Gildear. He was standing up, bent forward. His eyes were glaring with eager expectation, and, as the father turned, he made a furious gesture towards the passage with his thin hands. The father hastened out and down the stairs. As he descended in the twilight, he fancied he heard a slight from the room behind him, but he did not pause. He flung the hall door open, standing back against the wall. After waiting a moment, to satisfy Gildea, he was about to close the door again, and had his hand on it, when he was attracted irresistibly to look forth towards the park. The night was lit by a young moon, and, gazing through the railings, his eyes fell upon a bench beyond them. Upon this bench something was sitting, huddled together very strangely. The father remembered instantly Gildea's description of that former night, that night of Advent, and a sensation of horror-stricken curiosity stole through him. Was there then really something that had indeed come to the professor? And had it finished its work, fulfilled its desire and gone back to its former existence? The father hesitated a moment in the doorway. Then he stepped out resolutely and crossed the road, keeping his eyes fixed upon this black or dark object that leaned so strangely upon the bench. He could not tell yet what it was like, but he fancied it was unlike anything with which his eyes were acquainted. He reached the opposite path, and was about to pass through the gate in the railings, when his arm was brusquely grasped. He started, turned round, and saw a policeman eyeing him suspiciously. "What are you up to?" said the policeman. The father was suddenly aware that he had no hat upon his head, and that his appearance, as he stole forward in his cassock, with his eyes intently fixed upon the bench in the park, was probably unusual enough to excite suspicion. "It's all right, policeman," he answered, quickly, thrusting some money into the constable's hand. Then, breaking from him, the father hurried towards the bench, bitterly vexed at the interruption. When he reached it, nothing was there. Gildea's experience had been almost exactly repeated, and, filled with unreasonable disappointment, the father returned to the house, entered it, shut the door and hastened up the narrow stairway into the library. On the hearthrug, close to the fire, he found Gildea lying with his head lolled against the armchair from which he had recently risen. There was a shocking expression of terror on his convulsed face. On examining him, the father found that he was dead. The doctor, who was called in, said that the cause of death was failure of the heart. When Father Murchison was told this, he murmured, "Failure of the heart. It was that then?" He turned to the doctor and said, "Could it have been prevented?" The doctor drew on his gloves and answered, "Possibly, if it had been taken in time. Weakness of the heart requires a great deal of care." The professor was too much absorbed in his work. He should have lived very differently. The father nodded. Yes, he said, sadly. The lady and the beggar. Nothing in life is more rare than the conversion of a person who is close about money into one generous, open-handed and lavish. The sparrow will sooner become the peacock than the miser the spendthrift. And if this is so, if such a transformation seldom occurs in life, it is even more unusual for a man or woman to leave behind in dying a manifesto which contradicts in set terms the obvious and universally recognized tendency of their whole existence. Naturally, therefore, the provisions of Mrs. Errington's will surprised the world. Old gentlemen in clubs stared upon the number of the Illustrated London News which announced the disposal of her money as they might have stared upon the head of Medusa. The fidgety seemed dumb to stone as they read. The thoughtless gaped. As for the thoughtful, this will drove them to deep meditation, and set them walking in a maze of surmises, from which they found no outlet. One or two, religiously inclined, recalled that saying concerning the rich individual and the passage of a camel through a needle's eye. Possibly it had come home to Mrs. E. Errington upon her deathbed. Possibly, as her end drew near, she had perceived herself tower to camel size, the entrance to paradise shrink to the circumference which refuses to receive a thread manipulated by an unsteady hand. Yes, they began to expand in unctuous conjecture that merged into deliberate assertion, when someone remarked that Mrs. Effington had died in exactly 3 minutes of the rupture of a blood vessel on the brain. So this comfortable foe was exploded. And no other seemed tenable. No other explained the fact that this wealthy woman, notorious during her life for her miserly disposition, her neglect of charity, her curious hatred of the poor and complete emancipation from the tender shackles of philanthropy, bequeathed at death the greater part of her fortune to the destitute of London, and to the honest beggars whom fate persistently castigates, whom even labour declines to accept as toilers at the meanest wage. Only Horace Errington, the dead woman's sole child, and Captain Hindford, of the Life Guards, exactly knew the TNLTH of the matter. And this TNLTH was so strange, and must have seemed so definite a lie to the majority of mankind, that it was never given to the world. Not even the rescued poor who found themselves received into the Errington home as into some heaven with 4 beautiful walls, knew why there had sprung up such a home and why they were in it. The whole affair was discussed ardently at the time, argued about, contested, and dropped. Mystery veiled it. Like many things that happen, it remained an inexplicable enigma to the world. And finally, the world forgot it. But Horace Errington remembered it, more especially when he heard light-hearted people merrily laughing at certain strange shadows of things unseen which will, at times, intrude into the most frivolous societies, turning the meditative to thoughts deep as dark and silent flowing rivers, the careless to frisky sneers and the jibes which fly forth in flocks from the dense undergrowths of ignorance. The Erringtons were magnets, and irresistibly attracted gold instead of steel. Mr. Errington died comparatively young, overwhelmed by the benefits showered upon him by fortune, which continued to dog persistently the steps of his widow, whom he left with one child, Horace. This boy was destined by his father's will to be a millionaire, and had no need of any money from his mother, so that, eventually, Mrs. Errington did him no wrong by the bequest which so troubled the curious. She was a brilliant and an attractive woman, sparkling as a diamond, and apparently as hard. That she loved Horace there was no doubt, and he had adored her. Yet he could not influence her as most only sons can influence their mothers. She was liberally gifted with powers of assistance, and in all directions opposed impenetrable barriers to the mental or spiritual assaults of those with whom she came in contact. It seemed impossible for Mrs. Errington to receive, like a waxen tablet, a definite impression. She was so completely herself that she walked the world as one clad in armor which turned aside all weapons. This might have been partly the reason why men found her so attractive, partly, also, the reason why Horace considered her, even while he was not yet acquainted with trousers, as so very wonderful among women. Among many indifferences, Mrs. Errington included a definite indifference to the sufferings of those less fortunate than herself. Legacies came to her as often as mendicants to Victor Hugo's Bishop of D. She received them with a quiet greediness so prettily concealed at first that nobody called it vulgar. As time went on, this greediness grew to gluttony. Mrs. Errington began to feel that fatal influence which came upon the man who built walls with his gold, and each day longed to see the walls rise higher round him. A passion for mere possession seized her and dominated her. Even, she permitted the world, always curiously nosing, like a dog, in people's gutters, to become aware of this passion. This beautifully dressed, gay and clever woman was known to be an eager miser by her acquaintance first, and last by her own son Horace. It is TNLE that she spent money on the so-called good things of life, gave admirable dinners, and would as soon have gone without clothes as without her opera box. But she practiced an intense economy in many secret and some public ways, and, more especially, she was completely deaf to those appeals of suffering, and sometimes of charlatanry, which besiege our ears in London, so full of wily outcasts and of those who are terribly in need. Mrs. Errington's name figured in no charitable lists. She seldom even gave her patronage to a bazaar, and, above all things, she positively abhorred the beggars who make the streets and parks their hunting grounds, who hover before doorsteps, and grow up from the ground, like mustard seeds, when a luggage-laden cab stops or a carriage unblessed with a groom pauses before a shop. Horace knew this hatred well, so well that, although his nature was as lavish as his mother's was mean, He seldom sought to rouse any pity in her pitiless heart, or to strike the rock from which experience had taught him that no water would gush out. Every habit of conduct is, however, broken dire now and then, when the moment is exceptional and the soul is deeply stirred. And this reticent mood of the boy when with his mother one day received a shock which drove him into a contest with her, and moved him to strive against the obedience which his love for her habitually imposed upon him. It was springtime. Horace, now 16, and long established at Eton, was at home for the Easter vacation, which he was spending with Mrs. Errington, not at their country place, but in her town house in Park Lane. One morning, when the city was smiling with sunshine, and was so full of the breath of the sweet season that in quiet corners it seemed in some strange and indefinite way almost countrified, Horace went into Mrs. Errington's boudoir and begged her to come out for a walk in the park where he had already been bicycling before breakfast. When there was no question of money she was always ready to accede to any request of the boys, and she got up at once from her writing table. She was just sending a short note of refusal to subscribe to some charity pressed upon her attention by a hopeful clergyman, and went to her room to put on her hat. 5 minutes later she and Horace set forth. Weather may have a softening or a hardening influence on the average person. On Mrs. Errington it had neither. She felt much the same essentially in a thunderstorm or in midsummer moonlight, on a black, frost-bound winter's day, or on such a perfect and tender spring morning as that on which she now passed through the park gate with her son. She never drew weather into her soul, but calmly recognized it as a fact suitable for illustration on the first page of the Daily Graphic. Now she walked gaily into the Row with Horace, looking about her for acquaintances. She found some, and would not have been sorry to linger with them. But Horace wanted her to go further afield, and accordingly they soon moved on towards the Serpentine. It was when they were just in sight of the water that they met Captain Hindford, already alluded to as a man who had eventually more knowledge than other people of the events which led to the drawing up of Mrs. Errington's strange will. He was one of the many men who admired Mrs. Errington while wondering at her narrow and excommunicative disposition. And he stopped to speak to her with the eager readiness which is so flattering to a woman. The spring, so much discussed, was lightly discussed again, and, by some inadvertence, no doubt, Captain Hindford, who was almost as genial as if he had lived in the days of Dickens, was led to exclaim, "By Jove, Mrs. Errington, this first sunshine's as seductive as a pretty child, makes one ready to do anything. Why, I saw an old crossing sweeper just now sweeping nothing at all, for it's as dry as a bone, you see, and I had to fork out a sixpence, encouraged useless industry just because of change in the weather, 'pon my word, eh?" Mrs. Errington's lips tightened ever so little. "A great mistake, Captain Hindford," she said dryly. Horace looked at his mother with a sort of bright, boyish curiosity. Although he knew so well what her nature was like, it did not cease to surprise him. "You think so?" said the captain. "Well, perhaps, you're right, I don't know. Dare say I've been a fool. Still, you know, a fool in sunshine is better than a wise man in a fog, 'pon my word, yes, L." Mrs. Errington did not verbally agree, and they pined after the captain had accepted an invitation to dine quietly in Park Lane that evening. "Devilish odd woman, devilish odd," was Hindford's comment. And he watched the mother's and son's retreating figures with a certain astonishment. "Wonder what the boy thinks of her," he muttered. "Jove, if there isn't a beggar going after them. She'll soon settle him." And he remained standing to watch the encounter. From where he stood he had seen the beggar, who had been half sitting, half lying, on a bench facing the water, glance up at Mrs. Errington and her son as they passed, partially raise himself up, gaze after them, and finally rise to his feet and follow their footsteps. Hindford could only see the man's back. It was long, slightly bending, and apparently youngish. A thin but scrupulously neat coat of some poor shiny and black material covered it, and hung from the man's shoulders loosely, forming two folds which were almost like two gently rounded hills with a shallow valley running between them up to the blades of the shoulders. Certainly the coat didn't fit very well. The captain watched, expecting to see this beggar address an appeal to Mrs. Errington or Horace. But apparently the man was nervous or half-hearted, for he followed them slowly, without catching them up, until the trio vanished from view on the bank of the Serpentine. When this disappearance took place, the captain was conscious of an absurd feeling of disappointment. He could not understand why he felt any anxiety to see Mrs. Errington refuse a beggar alms. Yet he would gladly have followed, like a spy, to behold a commonplace and dingy event. Despite the apparent reluctance of the beggar to ply his trade, Hindford felt convinced that presently the man would approach Mrs. Errington and be promptly sent about his business. Her negative would, no doubt, be eager enough even upon this exquisite and charitable momming. Wishing devoutly that, being a gentleman, he had not to conform to an unwritten code of manners, Hindford walked away. And, as he walked, he saw continually the back of the beggar with that black coat of the two hills and the valley between the shoulder blades. Meanwhile, Mrs. Errington and Horace, quite unaware that they were being followed, pursued their way. There were a few boats out on the water, occupied by inexpert oarsmen whose frantic efforts to seem natural and serene in this to them new and complicated art drew the undivided attention of the boy, a celebrated wet bob. Mrs. Errington was thinking about her latest investments and watching the golden walls grow higher about her. Mother and son were engrossed, and did not hear a low voice say, "Beg your pardon," until it had uttered the words more than once. Then Horace looked round. He saw a tall and very pale young man, neatly though poorly dressed in dark trousers and a thin loose black coat that might have been made of alpaca, and fitted badly. This man's face was gaunt and meagre, the features were pointed, the mouth was piteous. His eyes blazed with some terrible emotion, it seemed, and when Horace looked round a sudden patch of scarlet burned on his white and bony cheeks. Horace's attention was pinned by his appearance, which was at the same time dull and piercing, as the human aspect becomes in the tremendous moment of an existence. This man's soul seemed silently screaming out in his glance, his posture, his chalk-white cheeks starred with scarlet spots, his long-fingered hands drooping down in the shadow of his ill-fitting coat, which fluttered in the breeze. Horace turned, looked, and stood still. The man also stood still. Mrs. Errington looked sharply round. "What is it, Horace?" she said. She glanced at the man, and her lips tightened. "Come along, Horace," she said. "Come." But Horace, who seemed fascinated by the spectre that had claimed their attention, still hesitated, and the man, noticing this, half held out one hand and murmured in a husky voice, "I am starving." With the words, the scarlet spots in his cheeks deepened to a fiercer hue, and he hung his head like one abruptly overwhelmed with shame. "For God's sake give me something," he muttered. I've never done this before." Horace's hand went to his waistcoat pocket, but before he could take out a coin Mrs. Errington had decisively intervened. "Horace, I forbid you," she said. "Later. Understand, I'll forbid you." She took his arm and they walked on, leaving the man standing by the waterside. He did not follow them or repeat his dismal statement, only let his head drop forward on his bosom, while his fingers twisted themselves convulsively together. Meanwhile a hot argument was proceeding between Mrs. Errington and Horace. For once it seemed that the boy was inclined to defer his mother. "Let me give him something, only a few coppers," he said. "No, beggars ought not to be encouraged. That chap isn't a regular beggar. I'll wager anything it's TNLE. He is starving." "Nonsense. They always say so." "Mater, stop." "I must." Horace paused resolutely and looked round. In the distance the man could still be seen standing where they had left him, his head drooped, his narrow shoulders hunched slightly forward. "Let me run back," the boy went on, "it won't be a minute." But Mrs. Errington's curious parsimony was roused now to full activity. "I will not allow it," she said. The man is probably a thief and a drunkard. Hyde Park swarms with bad characters. Bad character or not, he's starving. Anyone can see that. Then let him starve. It's his own fault. Let him starve. Nobody need unless they have committed some folly, or, worse, some crime. There's bread enough for all who deserve to live. I have no sympathy with all this preposterous pauperizing which goes by the name of charity. It's a fad, a fashion, nothing more. She forced her son to walk on. As they went he cast a last glance back at the beggar. "Mater, Yorkenrol," he said, moved by a strength of emotion that was unusual in him, "hard and Camille." Mrs. Errington made no reply. She had gained her point, and cared for little else. "You'll repent this some day," Horace continued. He was in a passion, and scarcely knew what he was saying. Strings seemed drawn tightly round his hilt, and angry tears rose to his eyes. "You'll repent it, I bet," he added. Then he relapsed into silence, feeling that if he spoke again he would lose all the self-control that a boy of 16 thinks so much of. All that day Horace thought incessantly of the beggar, and felt an increasing sense of anger against his mother. He found himself looking furtively at her, as one looks at a stranger, and thinking her face hard and pitiless. She seemed to him as someone whom he had never really known till now, as someone whom, now that he knew her, he feared. Why his mind dwelt so perpetually upon a casual beggar he couldn't understand. But so it was. He saw perpetually the man's white face, fierce and ashamed eyes, the gesture at once hungry and abashed with which he asked for charity. All day the vision haunted the boy in the sunshine. Mrs. Errington, on her part, calmly ignored the incident of the morning and appeared not to notice any change in her son's demeanour. In the evening Captain Hindford came to dine. He was struck by Horace's glumness, and in his frank way openly chaffed the boy about it. "What's up with this young scoundrel?" he said to Mrs. Errington. Horace grew red. "Horace is not very well today," said his mother. "Mater, that's not true, I'm all right. I'll think it more charitable to suppose you seedy," she replied. "Charitable?" Horace cried. "Well, mater, what on earth do you know about charity?" Captain Hindford began to look embarrassed, and endeavoured to change the subject, but Horace suddenly burst out into the story of the beggar. "It was just after you left us," he said to the captain. "I saw the fellow following you," the captain said. Then he turned to Mrs. Errington. "These chaps are the plague of the park," he added. "Exactly. That is what I tell Horace." "I don't care," the boy said stoutly. "He was starving, and we were BNLTES not to give him something. The mate'll be sorry for it some day. I know it. I can feel it." Captain Hindford began to talk about French plays rather hastily. When Mrs. Errington went up to the drawing room, Horace suddenly said to the captain, "Say, Hindford, do me a good turn tonight, will you?" "Well, old chap, what is it, eh?" "When you say good night don't really go." The captain looked astonished. He began. "But, wait outside a second for me. When the mater's gone to bed I want you to come into the park with me." "The park? What for?" "To find that beggar chap. I bet he's there. Lots of his sons sleep there, you know. I want to give him something. Like you to come with me. Besides, it doesn't do to go looking for anyone in the park alone at night." "That's true," the captain said. "All right, Errington, I'll come." And, after bidding Mrs. Errington good night, he lingered in Park Lane till he was joined by Horace. They turned at once into the park and began to make their way in the direction of the Serpentine. It was a soft night, full of the fine and minute rain that belongs especially to spring weather. The clocks of the town had struck 11, and most of the legitimate sweethearts who make the park their lovers' walk had gone home, leaving this realm of lawns and trees and waters to the nightbirds, the pickpockets, the soldiers, and the unhealthily curious persons over whom it exercises such a continual and gloomy fascination. Hindford and Horace could have seen many piteous sights had they cared to as they walked down the long path by the row. The boy peered at each seat as they passed, and once or twice hesitated by some thin and tragic figure, stretched in uneasy slumber or bowed in staring reverie face to face with the rainy night. But from each in turn he drew back, occasionally followed by a muttered oath or a sharp ejaculation. "I'll bet he'll be somewhere by the Serpentine," the boy said to Hindford. And they walked on till at length they reached the black sheet of water closely muffled in the night. "We met him somewhere just here," Horace said. "No," Hindford rejoined. "He got up from this seat. But he may be a dozen miles off by now." "No," Horace said, with a curious pertinacity, "I'm sure he's about here still. He looked like a man with no home. Ah! How dreary it is. Come along, Hindford." The good-natured captain obeyed, and they went on by the cheerless water, which was only partially revealed in the blackness. Suddenly they both stopped. "What's that?" Horace exclaimed. A shrill whistle, followed by shouts, came to them, apparently from the water. Then there was an answering whistle from somewhere in the park. "It's the police," said Hindford. "There's something up." They hurried on, and in a moment saw what looked like a great black shadow, rising out of the water, lifting in his arms another shadow, which drooped and hung down with the little waves curling round it. As they drew close they saw that the first shadow was a policeman, up to his waist in the water, and the second shadow was a man whom he held in his arms, as he waded with difficulty to the shore. "Lend a hand, mates," he shouted as he saw them. Just then a light shone out over the black lake from the bull's-eye of a second policeman who had hurried up in answer to his comrade's whistle. Between them they quickly got the man on shore, and laid him down on the path on his back. The bull's-eye lantern, turned full on him, lit up a face that seemed all bony stature, staring eyes, a mouth out of which the water dripped. He had no coat on and his thin arms were like those of a skeleton. "Dead as a doornail," said the first policeman. "A case of suicide." "God! Hindford, it's he. It's the chap who asked me for money this morning," whispered Horace. "Is he really dead?" The captain, who had been examining the body and feeling the heart, nodded. Horace gazed upon the white face with a sort of awful curiosity. He had never before looked at a corpse. "Look here, Errington," Hindford said to the boy that night as he parted from him in Park Lane, "don't tell your mother anything of this." But, Hindford, come, now, you take my advice. Keep a quiet tongue in your head. But perhaps it was her fault, it was, if we'd given the poor chap something he'd, probably. That's just the reason I don't want you to tell Mrs. Eatington anything of it. Come, promise me on your honour." "All right, Hindford, I'll promise. How horrible it's all been. Don't think about it, lad. Good night." Horace trembled as he stole up the black staircase to bed. He meant to keep his promise, of course, but he wondered whether the mater would have owned that she was in the wrong that morning if she had heard his dreary tale of the beggar's death in the night. The next day it was Mrs. Errington who asked Horace to go out walking. She looked rather pale and fatigued at breakfast, but declared her intention of taking a constitutional. "Come with me, Horace," she said. "Very well," he answered, with a curious and almost shy boyish coldness. "Not into the park, mater," he said, as they were starting. "Why not? We always walk there. Where else should we go?" "Anywhere, shopping, Regent Street." "No, Horace, I've got a headache today. I want a quiet place." He didn't say more. They set out, and Mrs. Errington took the precise route they had followed the day before. She glanced rather shamefully about her as they walked. Presently they reached the seat on which the beggar had been sitting just before he got up to follow them. Mrs. Errington paused beside it. "I'm tired. Let us sit down here," she said. "No, mater, not here." "Really, Horace," Mrs. Effington said, "you are in an extraordinary mood today. You have no regard for me. What is the matter with you?" And she sat down on the seat. Horace remained standing. "Elle shan't sit here," he said obstinately. "Very well," Mrs. Errington replied. She really began to look ill, but Horace was too much preoccupied with his own feelings to notice it. There was something abominable to him in his mother sitting calmly down to rest in the very place occupied a few hours ago by the wretched creature who had, so Horace believed, been driven to death by her refusal of charity. He felt sick with horror in that neighbour blood, and he moved away, and stood staring across the Serpentine. Presently Mrs. Errington called to him in a faint voice, "Horace, come and give me your hand." He turned, noticed her extreme pallor, and ran up. "What's the row? Are you ill, mater?" "No." "Help me up." He put out his hand. She got up slowly. "We'll go home," he said. "You look awfully seedy." "No, let us walk on." In spite of his remonstrances, she insisted on walking up and down at the edge of the Serpentine for quite an hour. She appeared to be on the lookout for somebody. Over and over again they passed the spot where the beggar had drowned himself. Their feet trod over the ground on which his dead body had been laid. Each time they reached it, Horace felt himself grow cold. Death is so terrible to the young. At last Mrs. Errington stopped. "I can't walk much more," she said. "Then do let's go home now," Horace said. She stood looking round her, searching the park with her eyes. "Suppose we must," she said slowly. Then she added, "We can come here again tomorrow." Horace was puzzled. "What for? Why should we?" he asked. But his mother made no reply, and they walked home. Next day she insisted on going again to the same place, and again she was obviously on the lookout. Horace grew more and more puzzled by her demeanour. And when the third day came, and once more Mrs. Errington called him to set forth to the Serpentine, he said to her, with a boy's bluntness, "Do you want to meet someone there?" Mrs. Errington looked at him strangely. "Yes," she said, after a minute's silence. "Why, who is it?" "That beggar I wouldn't let you give money to." Horace turned scarlet with the shock of surprise and the knowledge, which he absurdly felt as guilty knowledge, that the man was dead, perhaps even buried by now. 011, nonsense, mater, he began, stammering. "He won't come there again. Besides, you never give to beggars." "I'll mean to give this man something." Horace was more and more surprised. "Why," he exclaimed. "Why now? You wouldn't when I wanted you to, and now it's too late. What do you wish to give to him for now?" But all she would say was, "Feel that I should like to, that his perhaps really was a deserving case. Come, Horace, let us go and try to find him." And the boy, bound by his word to Captain Hindford, was forced to go out in search of a dead man. He felt the horror of this quest. Today Mrs. Errington carried her purse in her hand, and looked eagerly out for the beggar. Once she fancied she saw him in the distance. "There he is," she cried to Horace. "Run and fetch him." The boy turned pale, and stared. "Where, mater?" "Among those trees." "It can't be." "Nonsense." "No," she said, "you are right. I made a mistake. It's only somebody like him." "Why, Horace, what's the matter?" "Nothing," he answered. But he was shaking. The business was too ghastly. He felt he couldn't stand it much longer, and he resolved to go to Captain Hindford and persuade the captain to absolve him from his promise. In the afternoon of the same day, accordingly, he went off to Knightsbridge. He rang, and was told that Captain Hindford had gone to Paris and was afterwards going for a tour on the continent. His heart sank at the news. Was he to go on day after day searching with his mother for this corpse, which was rotting in the grave? He asked for Hindford's address. It was Poste Restante, Monte Carlo. But the servant added that letters sent there might have to wait for 2 or 3 days, as his master's immediate plans were unsettled. Horace, however, went to the nearest telegraph office and wired to Hindford, "Let me off promise, urgent. H0 race Newton." Then, having done all he could, he went back to Park Lane. He found his mother in a curiously restless state, and directly he came in she began to talk about the beggar. "Il must and will find that man," she said. "Mater, why?" "Because I shall never be well till I do," she said. "Il don't know what it is, but I cannot be still by day, and I cannot rest by night, for thinking of him. Why did I not let you give him something?" "Mater, I wish to God you had," the boy said solemnly. Mrs. Errington did not seem to notice his unusual manner. She was self-engrossed. "However, we shall see him again, no doubt," she went on. "And then I shall give him something handsome. I know he needs it." Horace went hastily out of the room. He longed for a wire from Captain Hindford. Next day he shammed ill, as he called it to himself, so as to get out of going into the park. So Mrs. Errington went off by herself in a condition of almost feverish anticipation. "I'll know I shall see him today," she said, as she left Horace. She returned at lunch-time, and came up at once to his room. "I have seen him," she said. Horace sat up, staring at her in blank amazement. "What, mater? What do you say?" "I have seen him." "No." "Yes. I went to the place where he asked you for money, and walked up and down for ages. But he wasn't there. At last I gave it up and crossed the bridge. I took it into my head to come home on the other side of the water. Well, when I was halfway along it, I looked across, and there I saw him. Rot, mater. He was standing alone by the water, staring straight across at me, just as if he saw me and was trying to attract my attention." "No, no. Horace, don't be silly. Why do you contradict me? He looked just the same as when we saw him first, only he had no coat on." Horace gave a sort of gasp. "I'll suppose his poverty had compelled him to pawn it," Mrs. Errington continued. "Don't you think so, Horace? People can pawn clothes, can't?" The boy nodded. His eyes were fixed on her. "Il looked across at him," Mrs. Errington continued, "and made a sign to him to come round to meet me by the other end, near the row. I held up my purse so that he might understand me. What did he do? He turned away and hurried off among the trees. Do you know, Horace," Mrs. Errington continued rather excitedly, "I'll think if you had beckoned to him he would have come. He's afraid of me, perhaps, because I wouldn't let you give to him. Tomorrow you must come out with me. Till I've relieved that man's wants I shall have no peace." She hastened out of the room, apparently in a quiver of unusual agitation. Horace sat petrified. If only Hindford would telegraph. That cursed promise. On the following day it rained. Nevertheless, Mrs. Errington almost violently insisted upon Horace accompanying her to search for the beggar. "We shall go to the far side of the water," she said. "I'll believe when we go to the other side he sees us coming and avoids us. But if we can catch sight of him, as I did yesterday, you can beckon to him, and I am certain when he sees you he will come." Horace said nothing. He felt cold about the heart, not so much with fear as with awe and wonder. They went to the far bank, and almost directly Mrs. Errington cried out, "There he is, and without his coat again. How wet he must be getting." Horace looked across the dull water, through the driving rain. He saw no one on the opposite bank. He sees us, Mrs. Errington added. Horace, you beckon to him. Here, take my purse. Hold it up, and then point to him to come round and meet us. Mechanically the boy obeyed. Ah, I knew it. This time he is coming, said Mrs. Errington. He is coming, mater. Yes, come along. She hurried towards the end of the Serpentine. Horace walked by her side, staring in horror through the rain. Poor man. Mrs. Errington said presently. How ghastly he looks. Mater, I'll say, well. Is he near? Near. Mrs. Errington stopped in amazement. Why, what do you mean, Horace? What I say. Is he near now? Near? He's just coming up. Suddenly the boy fainted. When he came to, he was lying in the shelter of the Rescue Society. All, Horace, his mother said, you ought to have stayed in bed another day. Yes, mater. You frightened that poor man. He made off when you fainted. That evening Horace received a telegram from Monte Carlo, very well but better say nothing. H. Inf 0 Road. He read it, laid it down, and told Mrs. Errington the TNLTH. As already stated, she died very suddenly not long afterwards, leaving behind her the will which so astonished London. The end.